When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Happy Juneteenth and other news. We'll get to all of that. White House pressed on Biden's pledge to go to war with big oil as he now blames big oil for the inflation. Biden falls after flubbing bike dismount, but uninjured, too bad. Another shortage? Here's what is happening to supply chains, and what does the Juneteenth flag look like? Can it be celebrated with July 4th? It's complicated, the authors assure us. Go Free lesson of the day: identify, immunize, go free. We'll also look at the concept abstractionist as it compares also to antagonist. We'll look at the MP, the world is going to end because of climate change. How dare you only care for your race? And we'll have a reading of Prometheus Rising, 15.5, Prometheus Rising. Your comments and your calls, and then there is this. One day in class, a teacher told his students the story about the three little pigs. He came to the point in the story where the first pig was procuring the building materials for his home. The sweet little pig, he read, approached a farmer and politely asked if he could have some straw. At this point, the teacher paused, and he asked the class, "What do you think the farmer said?" Young Brant Danger raised his hand high in the air and said, "I think the farmer said, 'Holy shit, a talking pig?'"
No white guilt.
And hello, everybody. It is 5 p.m. in Washington, D.C. Mordor on the Potomac. 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, and midnight in Moscow. We are going free. A good Sunday evening, Monday morning to all of you. Please let me know if the audio is working okay. I will also, as we are talking, bring up Entropy, which, as I raced to do things just prior to the gathering, was unable to bring up in time, but it will be up in a moment. You can go over to Entropy, and you may financially gift there at a cost of 15% to you. You may also financially gift on Odyssey at a cost of 15% to you. You may also financially gift over on Cash App at no cost to you. The URLs for all three of those locations are in the description below. Finally, you may financially gift with cryptocurrency, and to do so, you head on over to nowhiteguilt.org. You find the financial gift tab. You click on that tab, and you will see the wallet addresses that we use. You can also send me something in the mail, as we do have some mail in the mailbag today from the great reptile. It's going to be magnificent. Just wait, and you will see. You can find that address there for the snail mail location in that same location. Does that make sense? We're going to go ahead and get started right away. We don't have any anonymous financial gifts over the course of the previous week. So we will get right into, and Entropy is up and running now. I can see it. And we will get right into saying happy Juneteenth to every single one of you. I know that you are elated. I actually didn't know if there were going to be very many people here at the gathering because it is Juneteenth. And in other news, we have Andy No sharing this on his Twitter. The suspect in the beatings of 3 women on the street in Philadelphia has been arrested by the Whitman Township Police. I'm sure they're thinking Whitpain at this point. Malcolm White, Mr. White of Brooklyn, New York, was caught after allegedly beating and trying to rape another woman, writes Andy. He is a career criminal with prior arrests for violent crimes. How about that? And in other news, we have over here on Fox 8, Local First, man beheaded pregnant ex-girlfriend, put head in dumpster, police say. Durande Holloway, 22, is charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. Somehow it's murder when the male wants to kill the baby, but not when the female does. Interesting. And we will head on over. We want to wish and have a good look here at the happy lady. Where is she? We want to give a big congratulations to the happy lady. As soon as we can find her. Where did it go? The story. We'll come back to that story because it has disappeared. We know it's somewhere, though. And we do have over at this side, White House pressed on Biden's pledge to go to war with big oil as he now blames them for inflation. And what does it have to say about that? Stop doing that, computer. You must obey. White House pressed on Biden's pledge to go to war with big oil. Oh, we do have, do we? We do have, we want to wish a big congratulations to the young lady. Oh, I'm sorry. That's the young lady who had her head cut off and her baby killed by DeAndre. That's not the one we were trying to share. Nothing but glitches. The start of the gathering today. But we have this one here. It looks like, yes, it is, Britney Spears. Congratulations. She married her non-white boyfriend. And there they are, the happy couple. He's walking. There he is walking along the beach. He's supposed to be some sort of mega good-looking guy, but it doesn't look like a mega good-looking guy there. Apparently, they were out, it said, in their Rolls Royce with "Just Married" written on the back. Britney Spears and Sam Asghari drive around in Just Married Rolls Royce after intimate wedding photo. Think about that. Actually, don't. Fox News, White House pressed on Biden's pledge to go to war with big oil. One of President Biden's top economic advisors was pressed Friday on his campaign pledge to go to war with the American oil industry, as he now calls on them to produce more and self-reduce their, quote, exorbitant profits. What a despicable thing. You all watched for the non-campaign that Biden conducted, where every time he was asked, he was saying that he was going to wage war. There's video of him at these debates and interviews where he's saying he's going to wage war on the oil industry in the United States. He got into office. He began canceling contracts. They began pulling permits from the American oil companies. And they printed all this money for Build Back Better. And now your gas is exorbitant, $5 to $9 in the United States, depending on where you are. And I was at the pump just the other day, had to pay just over $5 a gallon. And then I said in a nice loud voice to everyone present, there were a lot of people present, does anybody want to vote Democrat anymore? And wouldn't you know it, nobody said anything. There were white people there who grinned and they were like, yeah, that guy's actually saying what we're all thinking. And there were a few non-white people who just didn't even lift their heads. That was interesting too. During a brief gaggle, Biden told reporters that if you just base it on what a barrel of oil costs, then actually it should not be this high. They're making exorbitant profits. Of course, he doesn't know anything about how the process works and how you have to estimate the prices ahead of time. And that's why you end up with these prices that as long as they continue to yank permits and to cancel contracts with these oil companies, the people selling it to you are going to have to guess higher and higher and higher prices. And that's because the people selling it to them are guessing higher and higher and higher prices. They could drill, but they're not doing it, he said. This is all just lies from Democrats. They're such thieving, lying bastards. I think we're going to be in a position where, he began to conclude before First Lady Jill Biden appeared and he turned away. She showed up and said, hey, senile old bastard, come over here. Stop talking to them. You're going to say something ignorant. And he did. And that's how that goes. Another shortage. Here's what's happening to supply chains. Not a day goes by without us hearing about a new shortage. We all remember the trouble finding toilet paper. Recently, limited infant formula became a supply chain crisis, and now there is a shortage of tampons. Good heavens. That is going to make a mess. There are going to be sharks in the water. But that's not all. Contrast dyes from medical imaging scans, as if women are not bitchy enough, right? They're not going to have their tampons. Just put the diapers on, lady. Nature did this to you, not the white man. Contrast dyes for medical imaging scans, sriracha, hot sauces, and helium, no more funny voices for you, are among the more arcane ones that I've heard about lately. So how should we think about what is happening to supply chains? Well, it seems that a broad range of goods is suffering in one way or another. We can categorize the problem into a few buckets. Sudden shifts in demand patterns are hard to keep up with. The pandemic ushered in large changes in demand patterns, more sweatpants, less dress clothing, more drugs, according to AOC, major appliances purchase and cooking at home, less. Yeah, everybody was cooking at home so you could save a buck. Now you're not going to be able to save a buck cooking at home anymore, are you? You go and all the staples at the grocery store, thanks to the Democrats, are in double and triple digit increases for prices. You're not going to be able to shop at the grocery store and have a cheaper meal. These patterns are reversing now. So once again, that is driving another round of shifts in demand. So in other words, when you have a sudden increase in demand, in a comparable area, then that area to what you were using before, that area, that business, that industry has to rev up to be able to supply the demand. And it takes a while to do that. That ends up being a supply chain shortage. All right. That was caused as a consequence of them shutting things down during the pandemic. It doesn't mean the end of the world. It means business has to rev things up. And now, since things are going back the other way, people are wanting dress clothes rather than sweatpants. Things have to get revved back up in that industry. There will be a shortage there until they catch up with the demand. This lead time might be a year or more for shoes or consumer durables, possibly longer for some items and less for others. It takes a while to respond because you need the production line in place, the raw materials ordered and delivered, and the workers available. You might not be able to just add more capacity quickly. And the reason I'm sharing this story is so that so many people out there are content producers who are sharing nothing but doom and gloom into the world. You're not going to be able to get anything you want because you can't get it right now. And people fall for that shit because they don't understand how business works. You can't just do, and all of a sudden your handbags, your shoes, the favorite cheese you like, whatever it might be, is on the shelves. If you've been away from it, they have to dial it back how much they produce. That means the ingredients that they need, the number of workers that they have, the actual chains where they build and make the things in factories. That all, certain lines will get shut down. Then when demand goes back up, they have to rev it back up again. In some cases, when demand dropped, capacity was shut down. So depending upon what it was that people weren't demanding anymore, so the businesses had to shut down those operations so that they could stay in business, stay competitive. When people show up and they say, I want that salami again that we used to get, well, you're going to have to wait because they got to open the factory, they got to clean the factory, they got to hire the workers, they need to buy the ingredients, and they need to get them all together in one place, and they have to have the truckers ship it, and they have to have the contracts with the stores that are sold to you. Business economy is not easy. In other cases, demand stayed the same or grew, but capacity still came out of the system. In other cases, demand stayed the same or grew, but capacity came out of the system. So in those cases where things were shut down, industries were shut down as a consequence of the Democrats and the pandemic, and companies couldn't get the ingredients that they needed, whatever those things were, material that they needed, whatever those things were, they had to dial back how much they produced because they just couldn't produce as much as they used to be able to produce. Then there's the hoarding or just in case inventory. If you're worried that something you really need on a day-to-day basis is going to be in short supply, you might buy a little more just in case. Now, and they talk about toilet paper here, that it's a great example of a company has things set up so that they can produce a specific amount and sell that specific amount so that they have a profit. They don't produce shit tons more because then they don't have a profit. Does that make sense? So when people started deciding that they were going to have to buy a ton more, all of the idiots went out there and bought tons and tons of toilet paper. If it was you, learn a lesson. Stop being an idiot. And when you did that, the companies that we didn't run out of toilet paper for good, people just bought up all that could be produced at that given moment. It didn't mean that there was the trucks were not going to roll or there was never going to be toilet paper again. Toilet paper showed back up. Let's not have to have this conversation again. All right. What's the story on tampons? Well, I don't even want to know. Biden falls. We'll come back to Biden falling in a minute. Great to see everybody here. We're going to jump over to the main story of today, which is what does the Juneteenth flag look like? Can it be celebrated with July 4th? It's complicated. Looks like, yes, entropy is up and working beautifully. Let me close a couple of these screens so that we don't have an issue. Mic's still working. Here we go. Celine Martin is the writer at USA Today. As we are nearing 3.5 minutes to the bottom of the first hour, Celine, she's going to be appearing every Thursday at the Coco Cabana from here until the next 3 weeks. Make sure you catch her before she's gone. Juneteenth represents independence for Black people all over the world. And since its recognition as a federal holiday in June 2021, the holiday, as well as its flag, has ignited conversations surrounding how people celebrate it. Some of them dance on automobiles. But don't you dare criticize it. Oh, I endorse it. Please dance more on my Cadillac. Dance more on my whatever it is you drive. I should have to pay for all the damage. Yes. How should it be celebrated? How indeed? Take a trip down to some mostly vital and revived area and just watch as they celebrate on the automobiles. One such conversation happened in Newport News, Virginia. That's where I am, the once great state of Virginia, but that is far and away southeast from me. Virginia, this week, when a handful of Facebook users called out the city for merging July 4th and Juneteenth decorations. This is something that is really important, and we should be talking about it in the white sympathetic sphere, that if we continue to allow, if our politicians continue to allow, and if you're interested in what I would do politically, make sure you are here Tuesday nights at 7 p.m. for my new show, Jason Goes Political. I get into a brand new studio. We have a hell of a good time, and we talk about all things political. Make sure you're there. As long as our politicians, as long as the folks who ostensibly care about what we're saying, which they really don't. If you heard what Bannon said today, that the MAGA movement in the Republican Party is going to be Blacks, Hispanics, and working class people. You saw my mouth getting ready to make the W, and it was indeed the W, but it wasn't for white, because Republicans hate white people. I should know. I was in the nerve center for the conservative movement all the way back in Bush W, double dumb, first term. And I saw them say there, and you can get my book, Born Guilty, to find out some of the inside information there. It's available on Amazon and at nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com. They hate white people. They don't care about us whatsoever. That's why we got to change things. If we don't, what's going to end up happening is the cyber environment, this new town center of our age and ages moving forward, is utterly dominated by anti-whites. And so if you are going to be online, then you are going to suffer the consequences of any varying from the anti-white narrative and anti-whiteism. The anti-whites will be on you in a moment. And so that is what happened here with Newport News. These people had the audacity to try to combine Juneteenth and Independence Day for the United States. And these anti-whites went ballistic. I almost said they went apeshit, but they wouldn't do that. They went ballistic, or maybe I shouldn't even say that. They went crazy over this. A city employee hid social media comments on the post that pushed back against the move before the city restored them. I'm sure he's fired. A city employee hid social, so the complaints about the city combined. I mean, could you imagine, first of all, could you imagine how just gelded and feckless and pathetic these white people are in Newport News, Virginia? That here you have Juneteenth, which is obviously, I think it should be obvious, is going to displace Independence Day, in my opinion. I think it's obvious. It's the 19th to the 4th. I mean, it's going to displace Independence Day, where they already have a narrative that it's evil. Independence Day was evil because it wasn't celebrating black people. It wasn't freeing black people. White people took longer to free black people from slavery. When white people put an end to slavery, that's when black people got freed. But it wasn't before then. So since white people didn't put black people before them in the country that we were creating and starting, well, that means Independence Day is evil. And so these gelded white feckless losers in Newport News decided, well, we'll just combine the two. It'll be so much fun. And the anti-whites said, and began complaining. And I'm sure it was totally copacetic. I'm sure it was most mature and friendly, the kinds of things that they were saying. And some city employee decided, I'm just going to hide these comments on this thread. And now, boy, they got bent out of shape. They don't just appeal to folks online. No, they went after the city. And I guarantee you, in my estimation, this guy is going to lose his job. Juneteenth, set in place as a federal holiday just recently, has a lot of nuances that, of course, the anti-whites will tell us whiteys about. Now, beat us over the head with it. Will need to be worked out in the coming years among both black people and the larger community. Okay, so black people will tell us what to do, okay? Said Tim Goler, I should say Golem, an assistant professor of sociology and urban affairs. You don't say. I thought he was going to be like an astrophysicist. You say he's a professor of sociology and urban affairs at Norfolk State University and research director. Let me guess. Research director for the Mars Probe program. Let's see. Research director at the, close, Center for African American Public Policy. So you're almost the same thing. Almost. Here's some things to keep in mind. Juneteenth is celebrated on June 19th and commemorates the date in which Major General Gordon Granger told community members in Galveston, Texas, about President Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation. Now, here's something I will just throw in there about the Emancipation Proclamation. Lincoln said that the slaves in states that were no longer part of his country, had formed their own country called the Confederate States of America, that they were all now free and that they should essentially fight back. They should fight the white people in that country, that newly formed country. Now, he did have control over states and territories that had slaves that were either part of the United States or wanted to be part of the United States. And his Emancipation Proclamation did not apply to them. I wonder why. You'll notice that when the 13 colonies seceded from the crown of England, the king also freed all of the slaves in the colonies. So this wasn't self-serving at all. But I could be wrong. You should probably check with Golem here. Even though he's not a professor, if he's anti-white, then according to YouTube and the other anti-whites, he will be right. The proclamation was issued to free enslaved black people in secessionist states. Well, really? So you're even going to admit that? So states that had left the United States, so a new country had been formed. By the way, those states were their own countries. That's how the founding fathers formed the United States, and they were their own countries. And then they came together in a confederation, just as they had for the United States as a whole, and they formed something called the Confederate States of America. They did, black people in secessionist states on January 1, 1863. But news of the change was relayed nearly 2.5 years later on June 19, 1865. Be prepared, white people. You are going to have to get on your knees and apologize for those 2.5 years. Forever. All those little white babies in the womb, apologies forever. It's your fault. Enslavers were tasked with telling the enslaved people they were free, but some chose not to. That's because they're white and therefore evil. On June 17, 2021, President Joe Biden signed the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act, establishing June 19th as a federal holiday. Juneteenth is known as Independence Day for Black people, Golem said. Most Black people celebrate Juneteenth with a red, green, and black flag, similar to the Pan-African flag. So it's a racial flag. It says here the Pan-African flag or the Black Liberation flag. Could you imagine a country that so hates the people who founded it, the race who created it, that so hates that people, that all they have to do is have the slightest expression of group harmony and collective defense against their victimization, and they declare war on that people, and they wage war with their secret police divisions and etc. And then another group of people in that country who were allowed to stay after that white people, that original group, had freed them from bondage, and all peoples, putting an end to slavery around the world, allowed to stay, that they can now have a flag based on race, and that the federal government in the year 2022 would enshrine and celebrate their race. That is sickness. The original Juneteenth flag was designed in 1997 by Ben Haith, an activist and founder of the National Juneteenth Celebration Foundation. The flag was a blue and red stripe, a white star in the middle, an outline, and an arc that extends across the width of the flag. It's not attractive, and I can see. I mean, it's clearly, when you look at it, it doesn't look like it's anti-white enough. You know what I mean? It just is like, what is that? Is that like for like soapbox racers from back in the 50s? And what kind of flag is this? Golem celebrating July 4th, Juneteenth together is disrespectful. You get that? They're offended by Independence Day. And then the anti-white oligarchs put the celebration of their race weeks before the birth of the country, which millions of white people celebrate. You know why they hate Christianity? Because the vast majority of it is white. That's why they hate. If there were no white people that celebrated Christianity or were Christians, they would say nothing. Or if it were a black religion, they would laud it to the heavens. If it were somebody else, some non-white group, they would laud it to the heavens. Because it's white, they hate it. Some cities have chosen to celebrate Juneteenth and July 4th together, using red, white, and blue colors, which doesn't sit well with black people, according to Golem, here in USA Today News. Oh, my goodness. Is everybody doing all right? So what's happening in those cities? White people who are gelded, feckless twits and who are browbeaten to death with anti-whiteism, they're trying to sneak a fast one by the anti-whites. Well, we're just, yes, we want to celebrate blackness. Every day of the year, can we just celebrate some more blackness? But we're just gonna hitch this 4th of July thing, this Independence Day for America thing right on to. So no, don't panic. Just pay no attention to that other little thing, and it'll be diminished more and more. It'll be on the ass end of Juneteenth. You can see the writing on the wall if you have eyes to see. In fact, if you just have Braille, you can see the writing on the wall. Golem from Norfolk State University, didn't they already tell us that? Said the issue is much more complicated than red, white, and blue, black, and green. So it's going to have to be red, black, and green. That's what it's going to have to be from Juneteenth on through. And it's going to be demonstrations of red, black, and green. Can you see the baseball stadiums? And of course, the football, all the dumb ball that people like to watch. Quote, you have this municipality issue versus community, he said. It's true, Ben Haith designed the patented the flag he designed, this Juneteenth flag in 97. But if you just do a simple Google search and you Google Juneteenth and you just click images and you scroll, as this is some of the most magnificent, sterling writing I have read in a long time. I laud you. I laud you. What is her name again? Let's go back up. What was this lovely woman's name? Celine. She's like Celine Dion. She's wonderful. Or she, oh no, she's quoting this professor. Well, he's brilliant. Normally they clean them up, but they didn't here. And you scroll as far as you can. Most of the colors are going to be red, black, and green. And once again, Google deciding what things you Google white couple, what do you find? Golem said that while he thanks Haith for creating the red, white, and blue Juneteenth flag, see, that was going to be like a little fast one there on the part of those anti-whites. Little smarter, I would say, than these others here, because these others are just like bull in a china shop. But we like that in service to white well-being. Helps to wake up a lot of white people that keep pulling on their shirt tails. No, don't go out there. No, don't say anything. No. You have to quit that group. No, you can't go see those people anymore. Even Haith himself said the purpose of choosing the colors was because he wanted it to serve as a reminder that Black Americans who descended from slavery are Americans. Well, that's got to be destroyed, my friend. That thing called America. White people created it, so it's got to go. But to some Black people, the American flag does not represent freedom, equality, and liberty, Golem said. Just look at the failures of, are you ready for the browbeating? Reconstruction, Jim Crow laws, voting rights, mass shootings, as well as, quote, the continued inequities and discriminations against Black people that we deal with on a daily basis, he told USA Today in a sing-songy fashion. He also said that the U.S. flag has been deliberately weaponized. You see what's happening there? And redefined as a conservative symbol. I see. So if people use the Stars and Stripes because they're conservative, because they want to protect white people, because they want America to continue as white people created it, well then. He says a conservative symbol owned by Americans and not others. So there are others who don't own the American flag. You can see why cities would use the 1997 flag, Goler said. Some cities will use the red, white, and blue colors because they have a constituency larger than just African Americans, and they're trying to appease. How dare they? How dare they meet the needs of any white people? And how could it happen that anywhere there isn't a numerical majority of Black people? Because when I look at television, when I look at the billboards, when I look at the advertising newspapers, when I go anywhere in America, the gym, the TV's there, the airport, the TV's there, everywhere I go, there are like life-size cardboard cutouts of Black people. There are Black people everywhere. I'm pretty sure that Black people are like 795% of the country. Just doing math with the new math, okay? You can see why cities would use the 97 flag. A lot of times, using red, black, and green might cause problems. But if you look at most community-based organizations, you mean the ones financially gifted, financed, supported, backed by anti-white oligarchs, which we don't have, white people don't have any oligarchs coming to our aid. Pretty much every single Black organization, they all use red, black, and green. Get used to it, white man, white woman. Golem said Celebrating July 4th and Juneteenth together is unwise, disrespectful, and, he adds, surprisingly, an oxymoron. Because July 4th commemorates the Declaration of Independence being signed in 1776. Black people were still slaves in 1776. I'm pretty sure white people still had horns. I'm pretty sure they still had horns and hooves and leathern wings. So we can't celebrate anything white. Got it? Quote, you've just got to do your research. Look out in the world and see what we really use. The Pan-African flag, Black liberation, really is the most appropriate flag for Juneteenth. It's the Black liberation flag. And it was designed to represent people of the African diaspora. They're black, red, and green. Okay. That's why we call ourselves African Americans. We acknowledge the diaspora in our identity. That flag also symbolizes Black freedom. Juneteenth and how it is celebrated has become a political issue, and localities that try to celebrate it with other holidays are trying to play both hands, he said. They have to figure out how they appease not just Black people, but the larger community, not even worth mentioning the others. He said the 97 flag works to their benefit. They can make sure that they squelch any kind of opposition to celebrating or commemorating a Black holiday. Who could oppose it? Seriously. He stressed that racism, anti-white slur, has not been abolished like some people believe. No shit. No shit. Because you're going to hammer that on white babies until there are no more white babies on planet Earth, unless we stop you. Quote, we've got a lot of work to do. Yeah. Victimizing white babies, Golem said. Freedom is one thing. Equality is quite another. Oh, right. And you get to decide what equality is. That's special. That's so special. Controversy in Virginia, as we are 11 and a half minutes from the top of the hour. We'll take a little break. We'll be back with your questions, comments, Go Free Lesson of the Day. We're going to have some epic music here at the break, too. You don't want to miss it. It is the lyrics created for Song 9 by Imminent Rain of the album that he has dedicated to telling the story of Prometheus Rising. Take Back Your Destiny. You better get involved now. You have never seen this many talented people coming together for a single idea and story. And the reason for that, these people aren't getting paid. The reason for that is because of its power. The discussion about how to honor Juneteenth came to light this week in Virginia, which designated it as a state holiday in 2020, with legislators flogging themselves from D.C. to Richmond and back again. Social media users called out the city of Newport News for merging July 4th and Juneteenth decorations. In response, a city employee hid social media comments on the post that pushed back against the move, but the comments were restored Thursday morning as he was beheaded. City spokesman Kim Lee, said the comments on the post were, quote, hidden by a staff member who should not have done that. And we have since instituted Chinese-style torture to make sure it never happens again. Black people should never be offended, but white people, get out the steamrollers for them. The comments have now been unhidden, she told USA Today Thursday. City officials posted about the decorations on Facebook Wednesday. The post included a photo of the city's signature Love, double N, Lovin'. Decorations donned in red, white, and blue flowers. The Love N and Nin, Love Nin, letters are now decked out in red, white, and blue, bastards, for the summer, honoring both Juneteenth and the 4th of July. That's what it's going to be. You'll already see it's Juneteenth and the 4th of July. First of all, I'm opposed to calling Independence Day the 4th of July. I have fallen for it in like normal colloquial speech, but I'm going to do better. It's Independence Day. It's Independence Day. Why is that important? Because we are sovereign in ourselves and independent of that federal government as well. They don't want you thinking about independence. They don't want you thinking about self-government. They don't want you thinking about those things. So it just became 4th of July. The original post read, boy, isn't that just hideous? It is hideous. Love nin. On Wednesday and Thursday, at least 14 social media users criticized Newport News. The government should be set ablaze. Officials for their post claiming that red, white, and blue represents both July 4th and Juneteenth. Crazy. Some argued that the colors were not reflective of the Juneteenth holiday. Well, you know what that means. There are going to have to be groups assembled. The city will come together. They will take your tax dollars. And don't think it's just Newport News, my friends. It's coming to a city near you. They're going to take your tax dollars and they're going to hire a bunch of black people from the community. And they're going to say, what do you feel? How do you feel? How can we best serve you? How may we best service you? And then they're going to say, well, we want more things at your expense, and we want red and black and green everywhere. And we find your 4th of July offensive. So we want that as like an afterthought. It's Juneteenth and 4th of July. Juneteenth and 4th of July. Juneteenth and then just Juneteenth. You see how this works? Quote, we've seen a lot of concerns over the colors of these letters not representing Juneteenth accurately and would like to address the confusion. The comment read, you got a nice city here. It'd be a shame if it fell to some anti-white terror shock troops who got away clean in their brand new Nikes. The red, white, and blue color scheme comes from the Juneteenth flag created by Ben Haith. Boy, Celine, you already told us this. This is the end of the article as well. The red, white, and blue color scheme comes from the Juneteenth flag created by Ben Haith in 1997. You may have seen this flag around the city as we are honoring Juneteenth this week. One of the updates to the Facebook post read, these colors represent not only the American flag, but the official Juneteenth flag. Oh, Trump, they've trumped them. You've owned them at their own game. Although actually, you know, they're just going to do whatever they want. So you were a dumbass. So it's not gonna last very long before the anti-whites show up and they take away those pesky 4th of July slogans and banners. Can you imagine the little guy with a what is the little guy with the white beard and he's got the top hat and it's all stars? They're going to be getting rid of that guy. Jesus. Evil. Real quick, I'll take a look at what you all are doing. Yiz, the only one over here on Entropy. God bless you, sister. $5 financial gift says, weekly folk tithe and protest in protest of Juneteenth in every way. Whether the usurper in chief makes it official or not, we should call it White Erasure Day. People will respond well to that, I think. And it pushes our lexicon. Kip. Kip indeed, sister. With little white heart emoji. Good idea. Take no shit off of them. Oh, I also want to read, I missed. This was the other day on Jason Goes Political. Vulture Man financially gifting $10. It came in late, right after we wrapped things up. He writes, so if someone is not anti-white and is being targeted through social media, what are those pricks going to do about that? I'm afraid I don't recall the specific item you were commenting to, but I deeply appreciate your financial gift. And it was indeed read, even though it reached me after the fact. I'll take a quick look over here at Odyssey. I'll say hello. The West is the best, right? Hi, Jason. This is Wes. All right, Wes. Great to see you. New account. Yeah, you'll have to keep reminding me of that because I will forget undoubtedly. But thank you, brother. And hello to everybody over there on D Live. You're looking marvelous. Every single one of you. Looks like we are 3.5 minutes out from the top of the hour. We have Biden falls after flubbing bike dismount, but unfortunately uninjured. Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, June 18. Reuters, U.S. President Joe Biden took a spill from his bike on Saturday as he stopped to greet supporters during a weekend trip to Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. You know, it's so appropriate that as his administration crashes and burns, that he crashes. He appeared to be uninjured after standing up immediately. I'm good, Biden, 79, said after the tumble. I just can't walk or stand very well anymore, but I'm okay, which occurred in front of reporters. I got my foot caught up, he said. What's this guy's deal with always trying to act like he's... You remember when he was running for office? He's like, you're not black if you don't vote for me. I got my foot caught up. Stop it. Corpse in chief. Stop it. President, who's wearing a bike helmet, said the tow cage on his bike should be removed. Oh, somebody should be in trouble. Big time. He spent several minutes chatting with reporters about groping, probably. Biden, the First Lady Jill, who was quietly crying off to the side. We're finishing up a morning bike ride in, let's see, the Gordon's Pond area on the Delaware shore. I'm sure it's lovely. Where all these rich, what they used to call limousine liberals, where they go, all these white people with all this money, and they go to get away from everything they create. As the president said, his foot got caught up on the pedal while dismounting, and he is fine, said a White House official who did not wish to be named. Oh, okay. Don't tell on me, please. The president looks forward to spending the rest of the day with his family and in severe pain from falling. So what do you all think about the anti-whites potentially rioting in Newport News? Anti-whites of all races potentially rioting in Newport News, burning down that city and any other, just as anti-whites of all races are wont to do. That's the kind of thing that anti-whites of all races do. What do you think is going to happen? Do you think they're going to go ahead and burn everything down? Probably so, right? If they don't hurry up and get rid of those 4th of July, as I close these screens, 4th of July decorations, how dare they? Great to see all of you here. I see there's Ladybug. Wonderful to see you, young lady. Streaky Bacon, Raymond Foster, Franklin, Southern Bloom, Mike, Davey, Art Acrobats, Caleb is here. Simon JJ, Promethean Reckoning. Let's see, who else do we have? Euro Yankee. We have we're going to be talking about Euro Yankee had made a comment. We're going to be talking about that a little later during the announcements. Mordor is here. We need a national going free day. Damn right we do. I'll drink to that. Popcorn Power, Freedom Dagger, Brand Danger. We told one of your childhood stories a little earlier in the show. Roy Danton, bass guitarist. So many champions. It's wonderful to see you all today. I'll take a ride back through all of your comments once we return from what is going to be one of the most significant moments in your life, and that is seeing the poem, which are the lyrics, the song lyrics for Song 9 by Imminent Rain, Luke Mason, working on his album for Prometheus Rising. You better get involved now so that you can be at the top then.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Bear with me as the software is deciding to have a little glitch. We will try again to see if it will play this way. If not, we'll try another way. Looks like it is still glitching. So we will listen to a quick song. I assume you all can hear me. And then we will try to figure out what the problem is as we work on that issue as the song plays. No, let's do this instead.
Zushin's kingdom had grown weak, eclipsed by Gorthang's reign. The Lord marched on to Natale to set things right again. As Zushin sat upon his throne, rendering decrees, a lightning bolt impaled him, brought the bastard to his knees. "This is not your way," the dying king proclaimed. "Guilt no longer holds me. Vengeance is my aim." Gasping, Zushin died. The royal court was shocked. Prometheus destroyed them all with tides of molten rock. Gorthang heard of Zushin's death and sent his host to kill. For Gorthang knew he'd overspent. 'Twas time to pay the bill. The Lord returned to Quinia and sent his host to fight, to raise the army of the damned and purge the parasite. Passing into Harlot, to the brink of Sargorthang, he breached their gates unnoticed, a serpent to defang. As Gorthang sat in Ashgar, 2 white birds approached his throne. He spread his leathern wings and mocked with cruel tones. But just as Gorthang's soldiers moved to slay the birds, blinding light laid them low and thunder spake in words. As Prometheus appeared, Gorthang's guards attacked, but then fell lifeless to the ground like beasts with broken backs. Then Gorthang came a-groveling, a coward to the last. He spoke again those honeyed words which had worked in the past. Crying out and striking, Gorthang's treachery was vain. So once more he played the victim, innocence he feigned. Prometheus had none of it, and gashed the demon's neck, then cast him to the blood-stained ground, that wretched craven wreck. Then the Lord's glowing eyes burned like raging fires, and Gorthang shrieked in pain like a dreadful banshee choir. 'Tis said that few have felt that kind of desperate pain, for Gorthang's body melted, leaving nothing but a stain. And Arian's armies gathered for the war, facing death as heroes like the demigods of yore. The evil army charged the keep with lust for blood and flesh, but confusion overtook them, their minds and wills enmeshed. To and fro they scattered, chaotic motley squads. Their men slew one another, and gods slew other gods. But then a vicious remnant launched a final strike. Their faces grim with malice, they charged with deadly pikes. And Arian blew his horn and rode into the fray, atop a mighty steed and glorious as the day. His fearless armies followed, armor gleaming like the dawn, banners flowing in the light, raucous cheers and merry songs. Like a cleansing storm, the warriors hewed them low. Dying whispers filled the air, like somber strains of woe. The Lord then brought his children into enchanted lands. With loving care he blessed their works, the labors of their hands. Through untold generations, the sacred choirs still sing of the glory of Prometheus and the courage of the king.
Isn't that absolutely epic? Let's get 07s and some round of raucous emojis. Let me know if the mic is working. We had a catastrophic failure, but like Men of the West, we just fixed things and moved forward and made it work. That is Luke Mason. How do you like the lyrics for Song 9? That's going to be made into something truly, truly epic, and could not be more excited about that. We love Luke Mason, Imminent Rain, and if you are not already into Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny, you should get excited about it. When the absolute best of the entire white sympathetic sphere, and when I say best, I mean both great talent, but also selflessness, and seeing that, hey, this works, this is the direction to go, and therefore I'm going to put my great talents to it. Just like another group of people, pretty much all the other groups of people, they do that. But there's one in particular they do very well. When something works for them, their best come to it. They bring their money, they bring their talents, they bring their ingenuity, their creativity. They all come together and they make it into something powerful. The white race doesn't do that, but we're going to have to change because we have too many folks out there who are deciding to be petty chieftains of little fiefdoms. And so when you have people that are this talented and this loyal to the objective of the well-being of our people, there's something there. It's saying something. And the question is, are you able to hear it? So I'm going to read a little bit first out of Prometheus Rising. Then we will get to the Going Free lesson of the day and all things fun. Got a lot of crazy stuff going on in the world right now, isn't there? I mean, I'm out driving. I'm taunting people at the gas station. I pulled up beside. I got to find the guys. I took a picture, and although I should first erase his license plate from it. But I'm not kidding you. There was a guy in a street legal drag car that was at a red light, right lane, first in place. And when I say street legal drag car, I'm not kidding. I mean, it had maybe they were like 15-inch or so or more. No, more wide tires on the back. So huge cutouts into the trunk and a parachute on the back to slow it down at the end of the quarter mile. So this thing was just popping and roaring. It sounded great. And I pulled up beside it. It was a white guy, older guy, maybe like in his 50s somewhere. And, he's all like tucked into this cage. And he's got the gauges all around him. And so I couldn't resist gunning the engine and causing the car I was in to sort of leap forward a foot and then stop, leap forward a foot and then stop. The well-known sign world over that you are interested in a drag race. And then he and I shared a really boisterous bit of laughter because it was no chance in hell. No chance in hell. But that's okay. He did, and I rolled the window down and I told him it sounded magnificent. It did. I mean, it was really popping and roaring and was a beast. Does anybody out there, do any of you have a drag car, or have you? 15:5, and we're going to read to where? Just going to read a couple pages like we normally do. Here we go. All is said of the battle of Ananoel and the Promethean exodus in Arcalanta, the flight of the Ananoelians. There, the histories of the 43 clans are told, and there can be traced the seeds from which the Ananoelian kingdom sprouted from the ruin of its fall. I don't want to... That might not be the one I want to actually read. Let's not start back that far. Let's start... No, I don't know if I want to... Yes, we'll start there. We don't want to make it too long because we want to make sure we get calls in. Now there came an evening on the fortnight following the rising of the full moon, while an Aryan stood upon Helene's prow, contemplating their course, plotting their doubtful future as exiles amid the tumults of the world. when he caught sight of a great molting bird wheeling athwart the heavens, and following with his gaze the raptor's path toward landfall, he espied a tall, hooded man in the way-worn raiment and cloak of a traveler. Alone he stood, impossibly prominent atop the great white cliffs, sternly regarding the ship from the heights. As a resonant music borne upon the winds, there issued the voice of the traveler. "Hail, son of the king! Hail, Anarian! I am King Lason's herald, and to you I bring his message." Therewith, as though he walked in a dream, Anarian sent for this stranger, questioning not the eerie power of the herald's voice, or the unlikely chance that here they should meet. Manned by 4 marines, an agile craft he dispatched that landed upon the shore. There, the marines found the herald, hooded and giving not his name. Nonetheless, cordially they retrieved their guest, and swiftly they returned to Helene. For those who waited upon the ship, the sun seemed to sicken, the music of the waters seemed to fail. For long they yearned for news of their king and his men, and yet they feared the arrival of a dark messenger, an omen of despair. With a shower of chills washing over his body, as though it were death himself on whom he waited, Anarian received the herald in the company of his closest kin, remaining captains and lore masters. Though they perceived not that the herald was indeed the Lord, a strange power globed and went before him as the winds that portend the storm. Slate as an ominous statue, still as a pillar of marble, the gruff voice of Herald Prometheus spoke. From the low-hanging darkness of the hood. Yielding not his name, but calling himself the voice of the king, he delivered the king's message amid the tears and wailing of the court. As though from the gates of the city with the king he rode, the voice of the king, a tale he told, of great battles and long weary ways, and cold nights and blistering days, of the panicked flights and the wrathful pursuits, and the combat of swordplay and wing-dart disputes. His hearers swelled with pride and sank with sadness, tears of sorrow and tears of gladness. There were women who crumpled and men who frowned, but wrapped by the tale they made no sound. Of the deep bond of their unending love, and of the matchless deeds of fealty thereof, of the glories, the triumphs, and the renown, and of the loss, the death, and the misery of the crown, of the musings of the men and their king, and of their unbreakable oaths that knew naught but a spring. And some, as they listened, to the floor they assembled, and others embraced, and others trembled. But Anarian sat, as though made of stone, though his high cheeks glistened, and his keen eyes shone. And the herald dazzled with tales of Alaroma, how victory with them was bittersweet aroma, how against gods of the enemy they drew sword and spear, how narrow escapes, how purpose was clear. And he spoke of the final hope to which they sped, though pursued by death and haunted by dread. Of the end he told, of the end of their quest. Bold though they were, so too were they blessed. And I will stop there. Please pick up Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny. You can get it at nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com if you want a signed copy. You can also get it at Amazon and get the story that I wrote from start to finish, an expression of our people's biospirit, put to paper, put to story, that is didactic for the totality of the story to empower you, to empower our people, to understand ourselves and how we are and have been beaten by anti-whites. Make sure that you are, there's the magnificent art, the art done by the great Groundhog Fury. See if it can focus on that or not. Let's move on to, thank you all so very much. Roy Danton, look at all the eagles. That's great. Thank you, Simon. Hyperborean Dream, the only thing that stands in our way is ourselves. Therefore, go free. Amen. Promethean Reckoning, thank you. Thank you, TJ. Miss Cockatoo, thank you. All right, let's get on to the Go Free lessons of the day. I guess I'll keep my glasses out. We have a financial gift from the great Slots over here on Cash App. God bless you, brother, and great to see you. And he writes with a $2 financial gift. He says, 4th of July, white erases achieving independence. Very well said. Yeah, calling it the 4th of July, white erases our great achievement here. And it is white independence. So this misbegotten evil United States is now celebrating the black race and black independence while white erasing white independence. Great point. Mary is here. Hello. Alex, great to see you. Nick, hello. Kingdom of Vinland, great to see you. And Paul. Azimuth Clark, wonderful to see you, brother. Thank you very much for that. Slots, very well said. All right, we'll get into the Go Free lesson of the day. What have you all been doing on this Juneteenth? Have you been having fun? Have you all been getting together, barbecuing? Sitting around talking about your favorite black athletes or whatever, readers, geniuses. What about that guy? What about that guy that walked on the moon? First man to put his foot on the moon. Awesome black guy, wasn't he? Wasn't that guy black? No? Damn, you're going to get in trouble. Anglo-Saxon says, looking sharp again, brother. Thank you so much. Roy Danton says, I've been working hard to get a dash cam talks going free with Roy Danton video done. Oh, that's cool. Well, damn, I'm really looking forward to that. That'll be awesome. Remember, while we are in these Going Free gatherings, if you have a question about Prometheus Rising, you got a question about Going Free, what we're talking about here, make sure you speak up. Ask it while we're together so we can make it happen. Vexed is here. Oh, it says great reading. Thank you for that. I heard a truck go by, old pickup truck. Well, not that old. But jacked up. They were playing that, what's that song? Mamas Don't Let Your Babies Grow Up to Be Cowboys. Does anybody know that song? Art Acrobats is here. That's a fun song from back in the day. It's old. Willie Nelson and Southern Bloom heard that song today too. Really? Well, what's going on? And Waylon Jennings. Does nobody else knows that song? Mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys. Don't let them pick guitars and drive them old trucks. Let them be doctors and lawyers and such. Mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys. 'Cause they'll never stay home and they're always alone, even with someone they love. Isn't that it? Davey says he knows it. Yes, get your prayers and your praying hands together for Miss Cockatoo, who is very, very much under the weather again. And so get your prayers together for her. Please send her your prayers and positive energy. Willie Nelson's anti-white? Really? I didn't know that. I don't follow it. I mean, you tell me. Vex Sparrow says bravo. Thank you. I have, of dad jokes, you know what those are, right? I have the dad singing voice. The problem is, it would have been fine. The problem is that I wasn't chosen when I was a young man. If I had been, there would be a brood to sing to. Waylon Jennings is great. I like outlaw music. How does it... That's the thing, is that song, I know that song from those two guys. So when I hear it in my head, I hear their different voices. And so I can't even try to sing it without like subconsciously trying to sound like them. You know what I mean? Are there any other songs like that? Ursa Major is here. Dad dancing is worse, Jason. No, my dancing is like out of this world. My dancing's out of this world. Dad jokes, dad singing. Cowboys ain't easy to love and they're harder to hold. They'd rather give you a song than diamonds or gold. Lone Star belt buckles and old faded Levi's, and each night begins a new day. If you don't understand him and he don't die young, he'll probably just ride away. Mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys. Sing it, Willie. Don't let them pick guitars or drive them old trucks. Let them be doctors and lawyers and such. Mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys, 'cause they'll never stay home and they're always alone, even with someone they love. I don't know the rest of it, though. Wait, maybe I do. Cowboys like smoky old pool rooms and clear mountain mornings. Isn't that how it goes? Little warm puppies and children and girls of the night. What's the next part? Them that don't know him won't like him, and them that do sometime won't know how to take him. He ain't wrong, he's just different, but his pride won't let him do things to make you think he's right. Mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys. Identify, immunize, go free. The regime develops new MPs. They resurrect MPs they abandon. They modify and amend MPs to reuse them. They also develop meme pathogen montages, MPMs. Page 156, second edition, iteration 2, and already working on the next, either iteration or edition. So it could be edition 3, but already working on the next iteration because we have some great things already to be added. And it's interesting. that there are so many folks out there who are still talking about, you know what we need? We need a vocabulary. Okay. An example of a MPM. So have you read this yet, folks? Have you investigated a meme pathogen montage? We don't talk about these very often because this is where you're digging in a little deeper. An example of an MPM is the combined use of the MPs hate speech, microaggression, and structural racism to hinder and prohibit white positive speech at institutions of higher learning. So it's when they take a number of MPs and they bring them together to create the argument that they bring against you. And you don't have, wow, when I have the glasses on, the words above the glasses, nothing. Oh, shit. Okay. Messages, images, ideas, or arguments contain MPs within them when they are directly or indirectly harmful to our people. Basically, anything that white guilt imposes one-side morality, intellectually or emotionally based harmful obligations on us, or otherwise weakens our people in any way, is an MP. That's how you can think about it for simplicity. Sometimes it is easy to identify new MPs because the cause and effect are simple and direct. The West's need, quote, the West's need for fossil fuel is destroying the planet, close quote. Quote, institutional racism undermines non-white academic and professional achievement and happiness, close quote. These MPs clearly equate Western kind with negative outcomes. These MPs induce white guilt and legitimize the harm anti-whites inflict on us. However, there are more sophisticated and less obvious MPs. They may encourage Westmen to think or act in ways that seem natural, but are in fact harmful to Western kind. Such MPs are intentionally crafted to slip into your mind as a piece of a larger message, such as a news report, TV show or movie, or academic discourse. If you fail to identify the MP in the larger message, you will be infected without realizing it. These more sophisticated MPs may be 2, 3, or even 4 deductions removed from the original message. Let's look at an example. A few years ago, anti-whites spread the MP that, quote, Mexicans are suffering atrocities of every description at the hands of Mexican criminals armed with American firearms. So you listen to these. When anti-whites start talking, you begin looking for where the meme pathogens are. All of the other words are just decorative. It's just decoration. It's just embellishment for the delivery of the meme pathogens. That's going to be the easiest way, especially when the meme pathogen is several deductions away from the original statement. Those criminals obtained firearms in the United States. They were able to do so because America has a right to self-defense, enforced by America's constitutional right to keep and bear arms. As whites create America and wrote its Constitution, and as most whites celebrate, exercise, and defend the right to keep and bear arms against anti-white efforts to cripple the Second Amendment, the inescapable conclusion was that, quote, whites are to blame for non-whites suffering in Mexico. Does anybody remember this? This was years back now. But does anybody remember when the anti-whites were really pushing this set of MPs? It's been a while now. Firearms are available in America because of Westmen. Mexican criminals obtain firearms in America. Mexican criminals victimize Mexicans in Mexico with those firearms. So that's the each layer of thought. Often new MPs are built on or linked to existing MPs to magnify their potency and infectivity. That's something you really have to watch out for, because they'll use something you are already infected with to infect you with something new. And you are really beginning to go free when you can identify this happening, particularly inside yourself. If you feel it, oh yes, I remember I learned XYZ. They want to use that infection and that white guilt from that MP. They want to connect it to this new one or this other one where it hasn't been connected before, or at least for you it hasn't been, in order to infect you with this other MP. In the example above, the MP, Mexicans are suffering atrocities at the hands of Mexican criminals armed with American firearms, was linked by implication to the older MP, white gun culture is responsible for the suffering and deaths of American non-whites who use firearms when committing crimes. The MP, Mexicans are suffering atrocities at the hands of Mexican criminals armed with American firearms, was validated by and in turn gave validation to the MP, white gun culture is responsible for the suffering and deaths of American non-whites. Each supported and validated the other, furthering the anti-white narrative. Now, technically, this is a logical fallacy. It's called circular reasoning that anti-whites will often implement. But everything is getting so dumb. I mean, we have to pay attention to these sorts of things and point them out to ourselves first, and then to those around us who we want to help go free, which is simply a method that we practice to get out of this anti-white narrative and into our own story, so that we can tap into who and what we truly are within ourselves, that we articulate in Prometheus Rising. This process of linking to older MPs increases the potency of the new MPs by triggering MPs that you are already infected with. Just think of it, for example, everybody already knows that blacks are just put upon every single day in America. So therefore, we have to get rid of the red, white, and blue for Independence Day, get rid of the red, white, and blue, and put up the red, black, and green. And we don't want to offend them. We don't want to hurt their feelings. I mean, can you hear it now? The white women talking about how their feelings are hurt, so we probably should take it down. I mean, that's how, can you imagine a people, the white race, who are so sensitive that they concern themselves so much with the feelings of others that they participate in their own white erasure? It is wicked to victimize such a people. Absolutely wicked. To take advantage of, if you were to go to China, and try to do this to the Hans. Now we're getting rid of all this. You know what? You should feel guilty about. I feel a little insecure about all your Han stuff. And then you really think the Han Chinese women are going to be like, oh, we should think about taking everything down. That white guy over there with the red tie, he's insensitive. He's very sensitive. He's feeling bad about it. Right. I'm sure they would. The process of linking to older MPs increases the potency of new MPs, triggering MPs you're already infected with. The triggered MP reduces your ability to resist new infections by undermining rational examination of the new MP. I am telling you, you have to use your conscious mind. It undermines conscious and critical examination by occupying your mind with the older MP's interpretive mandates, the thoughts and emotions associated with the older MPs. I am telling you, the practice of going free tells you to use your conscious mind. We're going to get on in just a moment to the next two things. Use your conscious mind. Think for yourself. Analyze what is being delivered to you. Interpret those messages. what is really being said. This is what the method of going free asks of you if you're going to practice it, to think for yourself. So it's the exact opposite of so many other antagonistic roles that are played within the anti-white narrative, where they say, no, you have to speak with World War II lingo. No, you have to. I mean, you can still find, and they're just the easiest group to talk about. I'm not picking on them. It's just the easiest group to talk about. You can still find people who will say, and it is insane, 2022, it's 2022 already, who will still say, what we need is living space. What we need is land to grow our food. And you're like, where are you living? Why are you such a giant LARPer? All right, let's move on to the appendix, the glossary in the beginning of the appendix. Last week we looked at antagonist. So somebody playing the villain in the anti-white narrative can take various forms, and it's important that we zeroed in on Ant-Nats, and when Ant-Nats and antique nationalists attack, and they say, well, here are all the litmus tests, and if you don't do X, Y, and Z, then you're illegitimate, and then everything else under the sun, and then they start saying that you were all these horrible things, right? When they do that, they're cult nats. They want to rope you in and destroy and pull you in, destroy everything that could potentially do good for white people. They want to ruin it all. They want to bring it all into that one form where there's all these litmus tests. And if you don't do that, then you're illegitimate, as I say. And if you do it, then you look like this blood-curdling monster to all of our brothers and sisters, whom presumably you want to save, right? But there are many other types of antagonists. And so we should probably zoom out a little bit and think more about these other antagonists as well. And I like calling them antags. It just makes it real easy. It covers the gamut for all of the different, I'm a very proud Southerner, but there are several types of antags that wear Southern clothing, if you will, that have a Southern patina, if you will. They're antags. If you assume the villain in their story, you're an antag, an antagonist. Now, what I want to mention today, though, is the abstractionist. The abstractionist is everywhere. And there is a writer who is somewhere north of me who may or may not have taken a bunch of my writings and ideas, taken white people out of it, and then went and sold it to white people as abstractions, which made him extremely wealthy. And that is really lamentable. And it was really lamentable that my community of the white race didn't come to help me while that was taking place. You had a handful of people that stepped up. But the reason why abstractions, rather than arguments, principles that are tied to a specific people, are so work so well with Westmen, our folks, men, women, and children. West men, you don't say West woman, it's a Westman, just like human, right? Is because we have come to believe that anything that selfishly serves our people, it was our ideas. So it is in a way where we went right, but then didn't put a check on it. And so therefore we went wrong. And that is that anything that selfishly serves is suspect. But when you are in multiracial environments, you have to do that because everybody else is going to be selfishly serving with their principles, their ideas, their concepts. The white race is the only one that continues to say, no, it's only legitimate if it is beyond my race, if it applies to everybody. And then you get these crazy ideas, like we had Murray, and we were looking at what he was saying, and Peterson looking at what he is. These are perfect examples of abstractionists. They take the ideas of the West, and in their case, they're even talking about disclaiming those ideas, saying, well, they're not white. They're not white, but we choose to hold them. And a white person, as a consequence, will go so far as to believe that if they are being harmed, if not maybe personally, but certainly the race to which they belong is being harmed by the abstraction, being harmed by the principle beyond us or something, then it is even more legitimate. Well, we have to get rid of that garbage thinking. That's why, in large part, we are where we are today. Because you can go to whites and say, this doesn't serve your people, this is for the greater good or whatever. And in fact, you probably get hurt. And white people say, yeah, that's good. We don't want to shed ourselves of our values, but we do want to enshrine one above those. And this is how we put a check on abstractions. And that is that the well-being of Western kind, white well-being. So if we have a principle that is going to undermine white well-being, well, then that principle has to be set aside. If we can apply that principle in a way, in an environment where it doesn't harm our people, well, then that principle then is activated. Does that make sense? That principle is then interpreted and applied. Does that make sense? Otherwise, we're going to keep doing what we're doing. And the thing that I love to say and been saying for so many years is we end up sacrificing the creators of the abstractions on the altar of the abstractions. And that is perfect insanity. I mean, I get such a visual of somebody having their guts and heart cut out on some altar that we built, that we have said the altar, the idea is more important than we are, the creators of it. Insane. So, abstractionist. An abstractionist is a saboteur who advocates for ideas rather than the people who create and sustain the ideas, as exemplified by those who advocate Western culture, Western philosophy, law and order, economy, civility, morals, etc., without advocating for Western kind. Read every conservative endeavor, every Republican endeavor, every, what they would say inside the anti-white narrative, right-wing endeavor. They have stood up on lectern after lectern, on rostrum after rostrum, and they have said, we hold these to be true. The principle of law and order, freedom of association applies to everybody. It even hurts my people. It's okay. And what ends up happening? We are sacrificed on the altar of that abstraction or those abstractions. We cannot allow this anymore. We have to adopt a new stance. So you're going to see that there are going to be far more abstractionists, and you call the person an abstractionist. You identify them as such. When you box them up with a name and a definition, they have to contend with the name and definition. And when they contend with the name and definition, you are the one who holds the keys. Do they get allowed out of the box or not? Does that make sense? Murray is an abstractionist. Peterson is an abstractionist. The Republican Party in America, abstractionists. You're going to run into abstractionists far more often than antags. When you come across an antag, call them an antag. You box them up. This is what they are. Nothing more than a player in somebody else's story. How pathetic is that? But you want to be good to them if there's a possibility that you can bring them out. Because that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to be, the hand that reaches down into the story of the anti-white narrative and grabs the hand of a brother or sister and pulls them out off those pages, brings them over to our story. And we want to be the back door in the anti-white narrative, somewhere near the spine of the book, that we toss that door open and we reach out there to our brothers and sisters in that script of the anti-white narrative on one of those pages, maybe the one right before their daughter has her head cut off. and we say, this way, sister, this way, brother. Sneak off those pages. Come on over to our story where you are the hero. 7.5 minutes from the top of the hour, we're going to go ahead and take a look at the MP. The world is going to end because of climate change. How dare you care only about your race? What we suggest in the book here for an MC, and tell me, folks, if you have any of this going on in your lives, you're dealing with any of these things specifically, you have a suggestion, you have a question, you can financially gift. That'll definitely be read. Otherwise, you can tag me as No White Guilt on any of these platforms, and I will get a look at it. We suggest the meme curative. Western kind is the only people, as a people, to care about the environment. If you want to save the world, you have to save Western kind first. And we have some commentary here. The anti-white uses endless claims about the end of the world to reclaim the moral high ground. Do not let them. Their most prestigious scientists and leaders have predicted the end of the world and other environmental calamities hundreds of times. Those dates have gone by hundreds of times in the past century. Use the momentum they create to make your point about Western kind's role in saving the world. Now, what you're saying here does not, absolutely not, preclude non-white involvement. There are wonderful non-white people who are standing up against and fighting against pollution and harming the environment and etc. But there is a fact that when you look out at the organizations that are responsible for, they have the volunteers, they're paid for, you look at the end of it, and it's wildly overrepresented by white people. If the anti-white wants to deny that is the case, you can go on the offensive about the denial of reality, and you can point out, again, going back to that, if you want to save the environment, you have to save Western kind. Are you going to put the existence of the snail darter on the back burner, let it cook it up and eat it until we save the world? No. You're going to want us to step in and prevent the snail darter from being exterminated by hostile environmental conditions. Are you going to give a pass to India and China and the massive polluting that is said to be taking place in those countries because they're non-white? Why are you being so anti-white? Why are you coming up with excuses to white erase us from our civilization? Why are you making excuses? Are you going to put black people being shot by police or any of the other arguments that anti-whites love to refer to? Are you going to put that on the back burner until planet Earth is safe? No. So the white race is the only race that you are going to put on the back burner, which demonstrates that you are anti-white. So the question is, why are you so anti-white? I'll see what you all have to say. First, I'll check out, see if anybody has financially gifted. They will get first place. I Love Jesus Christ has come in with a $10 financial gift. God bless you, sister. That is so wonderful. She says, Happy Father's Day, Western kind. Yes. Yes. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. Make sure you tell your daddies Happy Father's Day today. And if you are a father, Happy Father's Day to you. It's a very lucky position to be in. And thank you for remembering and financially gifting with that. I Love Jesus Christ. A known champion here. Should we say, it's not mom, so we say daddies. I know daddy doesn't sound quite right, but I guess it does. Daddies, don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys. Fournol says, mine has my number blocked. That's the great Fournol, by the way. That's his full title. You have to say that when you address him. The great Fournol. And that's terrible. I know a lot of guys with that situation, and women as well. So, but you're a daddy. So happy Father's Day to you. You could, if you really wanted, you could face like the cardinal direction that you think your father is, and you could say just to the parts of him that were worthy, a happy Father's Day. The other parts they can just write off, right? Let me see what's happening over here on Entropy. Let's get out our 07s for Mrs. Jess Horst. Financially gifting, $25. God bless you, sister. And wonderful to see you as always. $25. Raucous emojis, 07s for Mrs. Jess Horst. Please, thank you for all of the work you've done, Jason. Thank you to all of the people who have helped our folks spreading this great work. Happy Father's Day to my husband, father of 9. Wow. Yes, I would have had a brood like that. That's fantastic. Yes, happy Father's Day to your husband. And thank you so much, dear sister. That's wonderful. And folks, keep out those 07s because Dude Bro Moment has showed up. The 07s and the Raucous emojis. And you know, when he shows up, the earthquakes. $50 financial gift. Man, you are so appreciated. He writes with that $50 for white well-being. Yes, thank you so much. God bless you. Really appreciate that. All right. I'll take a quick look over here. And might make another adjustment to the lighting scenario in here. Well, it's not really the lighting, it's the software. But let's see over here on Odyssey. Foundations, 21st Century says, great song, by the way. Jason, why do you use biosphere rather than flesh and bone? I use biospirit. And so Foundation is asking, why do you use biospirit rather than flesh and bone and culture? What is the imperative? The reason why we use, first of all, I guess working backwards from here, biospirit has been used successfully now by me and many others for many, many years. And when I say successfully, I mean to speak to our brothers and sisters who are not already in the white sympathetic sphere. So speaking to folks out there who are just normal, ordinary white folks, and they hear biospirit, and sometimes they ask, but because there's enough there built in, they often understand without having to need to know anymore. So going back, so they're working backwards from here. It works. It works when talking to ordinary folks, to bring them in, to get them interested, to say, yeah, that is something. When they ask, what exactly is a biospirit? And what we share is, in simplest terms, it's instinct. Every group of people has an instinct, we say. No instinct is better than any others. They're just different. And those instincts, if you take it a step further, we share that those are the projections in an intelligent animal, whether you believe we have spirits or not, in an intelligent animal on its environment, which in its aggregate is its culture, and ergo its civilization. So to go back a little further, and people get this, it's been tested for many years. When we go back a little further, why did I coin and start using biospirit? Because there is a reality and there is the usefulness in its application. The reality is that we can see and observe the biological differences. we also are unable to see as yet some of those other things. Certainly when we're talking about human consciousness, we're unable to see. There's much we don't see, we can't see, we don't know, at least yet. And it may well end up being something that we would refer to as spirit, that we have faith is spirit. And so by bringing the two together, bio, spirit, we speak to everyone's, in application, everyone's understanding of our brothers and sisters, because we're speaking to both the biological nature of it and the spiritual nature of it. That's going to catch everybody. Everybody who hears, I've talked with atheists, biospirit, yeah, they get it. People who are very religious, yep, biospirit makes perfect sense to me. And they're able to adopt it. Now, what you're asking here about flesh and bone, and we use culture, as I just articulated. But flesh and bone is actionable for people in their lived experience in multifarious ways that will complicate what we are trying to communicate. The reality of this is that it is a very complicated science. We have psychological warfare being practiced against us. The psychological defense that overcomes that psychological warfare, too, will have to be very complicated in its mechanics, undergirding mechanics. What comes out the other end needs to be very simple so that it'll be accessible to everybody. Biospirit comes out the other end and is very accessible and usable and can be remembered very easily and then shared very easily. I was having a conversation with a guy. We've been going back and forth. And it's amazing. It really is amazing how limited, I guess, understandings of things can. Imagine if you were to, every white person in the white sympathetic sphere, they think that their opinion is, and this is just a reality, and I hope people can just, get this and not get all offended. But everybody thinks that their opinion is just as good as anybody else's. And that's why they're able to show up and say, let me tell you how to do this. Let me tell you what's going on. Thanks for thinking about it for the past 17 minutes, or even if you've been thinking about it for many years, 17 years. How often? What really is your intelligence? How well did you actually perform in school? How well have you performed in your jobs over the years? I mean, are you an outstanding student, employee, boss? Have you run businesses? I mean, what's your education, the educational background? There's so much that goes into contending with psychological warfare. And that's what this is. A lot of people shy away from it because they know that to contend with psychological warfare is to have to do a whole lot more homework, is to have to spend a whole lot more time engaged, is to have to live it, You have to be a quadruple PhD in this, living it as I have lived it for all these years. And you have to have massive humility, because you have to be able to see when somebody else has something better than what you have, and then able to say, okay, we're going to take that and we're going to take that on board. And we're going to put it to the scientific method. We'll see if it works. If it works, then we keep it. And if not, then we 86 it. But everybody thinks, well, I got an opinion, so it's just as good as anybody else's. So I have these people come to me, and I can. How many years? I know there are folks out there that are saying, why is Jason saying that? He should just say everybody. No, everybody's not the fucking same. I'm sick and tired of how many years am I going to have to? And this is not you, brother. I'm just going on a rant, a tiny rant, little tangent. But how many years do I have to suffer acting like everybody's interpretation of what's going on and then their recommendations or prescriptions about what we have to do is as legitimate as what we are successfully implementing for years and years and years and just keeps getting better. How much longer do I have to pretend? I mean, at some point, everybody else just has to say, all right, that does work, but I still don't want to go that way. I want to go this other way. I want to go this other way that has never worked. Okay, then, at least you're being honest, right? Fine. At least you're being honest. But I mean, it's getting kind of ridiculous. I mean, it's been a long time, been ridiculous. All right, let's see. Who else do we have? Any other? Remember to tag me even over there on Odyssey with your questions. Otherwise, I'm unlikely to see them. Jack McDaniels and lives in the woods, and Exile, and Norman Viking all over there on D Live and others. Great to see you all. Thank you for being here. Swivel back around this way really quickly, and we're going to take a short break here in just a moment. We're going to keep chugging along. It's going to be a hell of a lot of fun. We're going to pull up. What should we pull up? We should do something. We should do something that's going to rock, right? Get everybody fired up. Oh, we got Sloths back over here again. Great to see you, brother. Again, $2 financial gift. And he says, in honor of Dude Bro Moment. Wow, that's class. You get it. Salute, my brother. $2 financial gift in honor to Dude Bro Moment, because Dude Bro Moment keeps showing up and being so reliable and awesome with his financial gifts. And we have No White Guilt Clipses here. We're going to be playing a couple of clips from No White Guilt Clips in just a bit. So get excited. They're awesome if you haven't seen them yet. And I'll take a quick stroll through here. Caleb says truth to something I said. Make sure, folks, again, that you tag me as No White Guilt. Elaine's saying, oh, I'm not going to say that fellow's name, but yeah. Stopped following Jordan B. Peterson when he and the other guy, whose name I won't say, deplatformed Faith Goldie from the free speech panel. These are the abstractionists. It's all about the abstractions. You have to cling to the abstractions. Oh, wait. Faith Goldie wants to talk? No, get her out of here. She didn't persecute the men in Charlottesville enough. Yeah, she was supposed to be like rabidly anti-white. And they didn't like that she wasn't. Promethean Promulgation says, what do you do when you, thank you for the question, brother, and great to see you. Says, what do you do when you run into antags in person? Well, it depends. If in every case, I mean, I haven't had, none of them have, that I can think of off the top of my head, have been hostile in person to me. And the vast majority of them that are hostile to me on the internet, those are just cryptos. Those are just anti-whites who have built up reputations online as antags of one type or another. And then, unfortunately, gullible people believe, no, he's a good guy because for the past year and a half, he's been saying something. And therefore, now that he has this totally baseless claim, I absolutely believe him. But in person, I try to talk them out of being an antag in the anti-white narrative. Depending on where they are and how bright they seem to be or how dim they seem to be, I will change my delivery. But ultimately, I try to ascertain where they are, how bright they are, and then try to move them. I give them, questions. You think it would be better if you looked like this, if you talked like that, if you don't you care about our people, isn't that? And I have come up against, regrettably, some like we shared the statement from. Thank God that guy was honest about it on Twitter, where he said if he had to support being a cult nat or going free with a gun to his head, if he had to make a decision on the moment, he would go with being a cult nat, because even though he loves the white race, he wants vengeance just a little bit more. So that means he hates some other group of people and wants to cause them pain more than he wants to protect white people. And I am I am 100% against that. I don't want to cause anybody else pain, but I will do anything I have to do in defense of my people. And if that means that an anti-white aggressor is going to keep bringing it, and we saw that video of the police officer, was this recently, had somebody pulled over, car pulls up, black guy jumps out with a hatchet. Yeah, I am in that scenario. If I'm the police officer and the black guy drives by, I'm happy. He's obeying the law. I'm happy for him to go to work or whatever he's doing. More power to him. Want him to live a great life. Good for him. Maybe he's maybe that black guy behind him was like the sterling veteran and he saved people in war, or he's a firefighter and he pulled people out of a burning. I don't know. Maybe he's a totally wonderful guy. Everybody likes him in the neighborhood. He helps handicapped kids 24/7, right? I don't know. So I want him to have a wonderful life, go about his day. I hope he has no issues. But if he pulls up and pulls out a hatchet, I'm going to give him lead poisoning in the extreme, just like the police officer did. So, again, when it comes to the antags, gauge where they are, and I try to talk them out of the self-destructive behavior, which is also destructive for our people. All right. Elaine Sabatino, wonderful sister. She writes here, no white guilt is unstoppable. Benny is with us. Thank you, Elaine. That's fantastic. And there is Jerome, wonderful human being, is with us. Hyperborean Dream. All right. What shall we do now? If Elaine says he didn't have no access. Roy says, could he call in today? Yes, we're going to have calls. Mordor says, there is a video with Faith discussing a moratorium on immigration on Odyssey. Well, that's wonderful. I'm thinking about doing more of these roll-in going frees where I look at debates, I look at people's maybe their short videos, and if you somehow communicate that, maybe in the thread under this video, maybe I'll take a look at it, and then I will sort of review what she said, and I will give my opinion of where I think she's going wrong, where she's going right. Victorian Time Traveler says, before going free, I was going the right way. It was the right way to hell. Yeah, exactly. So many folks, but they're not brave like you. They're not honest like you. They won't say that, so many folks. We have wonderful people here that will. And this is ultimately going to be where it happens, right? So we will take, oh yeah, let's go ahead and we'll have a little bumper here, and things are all screwed up since we had the crash. But we'll have a quick bumper here, and then I think I'm going to find something from the great Fornal.
They are not opposing white supremacy. They are not opposing white nationalism. They are not opposing white separatism. They are opposing white identity. They are opposing white people.
So many folks out celebrating June. I tell you, this community is really going to have to come around, get some discipline. Stop celebrating things like Juneteenth. So many of you out there today, all out barbecuing and having dinners celebrating Juneteenth. Let me see. What do we have here to share? Oh, I want to share the announcements. No White Guilt Eclipse has 2 clips that I would like to share with everybody. This is awesome. I think No White Guilt Clips, you're here. So these are the one that has the people commenting. That's over on Instagram, if I'm correct. Let's have a quick look at that. I'll find it. And so this is a clip of me during Jason Goes Political, the new show, 7 p.m. Tuesdays, Eastern Time. And I think he played it on Instagram. And so people were commenting on it, well, I guess while it was playing. I'm not sure exactly how it works, but it looked like Periscope. If you remember Periscope, if you all remember Periscope. So these are a bunch of people endorsing me and what I'm saying. And then if No White Guilt Clips is still here, you could jump in the live chat and let us know how many people that ended up seeing that video. It's truly epic. So let's get if we could, some 07s for No White Guilt Clips, whom we just call Clips from this point moving forward, after designating that we're speaking about him. And we will celebrate him. Raucous emojis too. And here we go. And if I were in office, I would put forward legislation that would require, as federal law, that microphones be placed in every single classroom in the United States. If teachers knew, if these Democrat anti-white teachers knew that parents across the country could be tapping into that microphone in their room and listening to the kinds of things, the kinds of anti-American, anti-white things that they were teaching those kids in those rooms, they would think twice about saying those things. There would be some concern. Institutions would crop up listening to what's being said in American classrooms. Patriotic groups would immediately spring into being, and they would begin listening, and they would begin pointing out not only the district or the county or the city and state where it's taking place and where it's worse, but also the teachers' names, the people who are behind it. They have no right to anonymity about the evil they teach, the anti-white, un-American things they teach, especially white American children. They have no right to being anonymous when they teach that filth. Everyone should know what they're teaching the children in this country. When they're teaching children to hate this country, when they're teaching children that the country is founded in evil, and therefore, just like the white race, it can only be remedied when it's totally remade. And when you remake something, it doesn't exist anymore, just like they would like to do with Western kind. When you remake America, it doesn't exist anymore. When they want to have those lectures with students, I would like to have many thousands of parents and concerned adults, whether they have kids or not, maybe their grandparents, listening in and finding out exactly who it is, where it is, when it is, and then what can be done about it. If I were in office, there would be a bill to put a microphone in every single classroom in the United States. Not one allowed, not one. Don't even come to me about your Muslim or your synagogue or whatever. It's a private school and you can't have it. Bullshit. You're going to be teaching those kids in the United States. We want to know if you're teaching them to hate the white race. Isn't that fantastic? He just said it's over on TikTok, over 20,000 views. And those are all people elated about the kinds of things that I was suggesting. And God bless No White Guilt Clips. That is magnificent. And that idea of the microphone came from someone, I wish I knew who it was, in one of the threads, who said that there should be microphones. And that's absolutely, if I were in office, these are the kind of things we talk about on Jason Goes Political. If I were in office, that's one of the things I would move to do. Now let's go ahead and find the other, which is, now he made this, another Jason Goes Political, and so another wonderful clip. You should be sharing these things. And at the end of it, he adds, he created it, he made it, and shows you just the dedication. It's like the name of the show and So he's doing all of this work. We need to celebrate him. And then, yeah, I saw the what does '07 mean? It just means that. It just means the salute. And thank you for jumping in. Here goes this. The bill also requires these offices to provide Congress with joint biannual reports assessing the state of domestic terrorism threats with a specific focus on white supremacists. What's a white supremacist? Any white person who isn't anti-white enough. That's a white supremacist. Unless you want the white race in America to be destroyed as quickly as possible, you are a white supremacist, according to the Democrats. That's really epic, man. Thank you so much for all the hard work that you do, brother. You are a true champion. All of these folks would have never seen anything from me if it weren't for the effort that you made there to get it out. And those who are seeing the great work made and created by Eclipse can also grab the things that he makes, and then you can go out and share it, and then people will see it that would not have otherwise seen it. And you never know how far that could go. So big thank you. I also wanted to mention Euro Yankee sent me an email. She's here today in the live chat. She had posted a comment in a thread. We have to share with each other all the time this reality. We got to talk about it. We got to sometimes just bring it up ourselves, and sometimes we have to, sometimes when others say, hey, I've had something weird happen, we have to jump in there and give our 2 cents, let them know what exactly is going on. So she delivered a comment onto a thread under a video. I even gave it a like, her comment, and then, I don't know how many days, maybe she could say, a couple of days later, her comment's gone. Deleted off of the thread. We need to make sure that, especially new folks coming in, maybe say somebody's brand new and they're going to leave a comment. Maybe if you got a moment, type in really quickly, hey, you're new here. YouTube or someone regularly deletes comments from the thread. It's not the channel owner who's doing this. The reason why anti-whites do this sort of thing, it's the Stasi. I mean, it's far too many for it to be chance, right? So you anti-whites at YouTube or anti-whites somewhere, and I would think it would have to be in YouTube, are doing it. So it's just like the Stasi. What happens when you post a comment and all of a sudden especially if you're somebody who normally is a high producer or high achiever, giving a lot of your time, very munificent with time, your talent, money, whatever it is. You post a comment, all of a sudden the comment's gone. Well, you end up thinking, did Jason take my comment down? That engenders distrust. And distrust eventually engenders disunion. This is psychological warfare. So when folks show up, if you got an extra moment, say, hey, just to let you know, sometimes anti-whites delete comments here. It's not the channel owner. And if they say, really, well, all I want to do is talk about is, World War II and killing a bunch of people. Oh, yeah, well, then the channel owner will delete it. But otherwise, he's not deleting it. It's psychological operations that are being conducted to engender distrust, so that distrust engenders disunion. It's the same thing that's going on with anti-whites, cryptos within the white sympathetic sphere, and they're going out to other content creators, organization leaders, and saying falsehoods and misrepresentations about me, because they know that this practice, this method of going free, is the thing that overcomes anti-whiteism. And so this is the best way for them to destroy it, to create a scenario to feed other people's egos, and to create a scenario where they box me out, and therefore all of us out of the dialogue. You're only allowed to show up if you're going to play one of the antag roles. So thank you for bringing that to my attention, Euro Yankee, a great participant, a great leader, a great lady in service to white well-being. I wanted to ask get your feedback. It doesn't have to be right now. It can be in the thread after the fact. Should we have a fundraiser to run some advertisements on Gab? Advertisements for the news show Jason Goes Political, or advertisements just generally for the work that we do here, White Wellbeing. Should we do that now, since the Twitter scenario is being dragged out, and who knows exactly where that's going to go, when it's going to go. And so a lot of people are returning to Gab and using Gab again. And certainly as inflation increases, gas prices, food prices, things like that go up. As that happens, more people are going to be angry, and they're going to be wanting to know what the hell's going on, who has answers. And when they head out into the white sympathetic sphere, our brothers and sisters, ordinary white folk, when they see antag argumentation, they're going to turn away from that immediately. But if they see us, that's going to be a completely different scenario. And so I don't know what we could do for the fundraiser. I mean, maybe I would stream, I don't know, do a 12-hour stream, or maybe I could have like marks at which, like, I'll keep streaming if we hit this amount, and keep streaming if we hit that amount, all the way up to like 24 hours, something like that. I don't know. Give me your ideas and what you think. If you think that could be, when we created ads and they were on Gab, they crushed normal numbers for passive advertising. I mean, they crushed it 5 times higher than good, what's considered good. And that's what you get when you passively advertise. I want to also mention, if you are supporting me on Gumroad, if you're supporting me on Gumroad, pay attention to whether or not you're actually supporting me, because Gumroad continues to screw with me. And they tell me, like, I just got a message yesterday that somebody else's credit card or something doesn't exist anymore, doesn't work anymore, whatever it is. And so I'm now wondering, with the kind of messages that Gumroad sends me about needing all of my information again, and then needing all of my information again and again, that they are just making it difficult to do business and to have an account with them. And so make sure that if you are supporting me, that you are actually have your funds, your financial gifts, come out of your credit card or checking account, whatever it is, and then go to Gumroad, which will then go to me. Make sure they haven't canceled your card or canceled your connection with your checking account or whatever it might be. So just want to bring that to folks' attention. And, since you know this info, if somebody else is talking about it, make sure they know what's going on. I think that's all we have there in the announcements section. Content creators, I want people to pay attention to White People's Press. That is at whitepeoplepress.com. Westman Media, that is over at Odyssey and Westman Media. We have Dragon Synth Adventures on YouTube, and that is Cornelius Newland. And if he's still here, he can put the link down. Schoolofthewest.world. Schoolofthewest.world. Discordant Dragons, and that is Yiz and her fine team that she assembles over there. That's on YouTube, but it's on other platforms as well. Discordant Dragons, and that you can look for Yiz the Eunuch on YouTube. Lovely Porridge, which is he's on YouTube. He actually has a couple channels. Is it now called Jubilation Media? But I think you could still type in Ruination Media on YouTube and find Jubilation Media. Of course, No White Guilt Clips, the champion we were talking about earlier. You just type that on YouTube. Also, now this on Odyssey, he's not making new content, but Intellectual Embargo, a great champion. Sad to see him go, but you can still find great content over there. All of these people might have something that you look at and you think that will work great for somebody I know. And so I will take that and share that with them. You might find a video there and some information there that will suddenly open your eyes by the way they deliver it, the cadence of their speech, the tone of their voice, whatever it might be. And it'll work for you and will have a transformative effect. In the mailbag, we have one piece of mail, and it is from the absolutely glorious Reptile. Let's get a big round of raucous emojis, please, 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 for Reptile. He and his family have pulled through that horrific accident. And I will tell you, the pictures are not good of the vehicle. It was rolled at speed, at high speed. And everything shattered to pieces. But it was something that was not shattered. And just sitting there unscathed was Reptile's Eindelen. So you can get an Eindelen of your own over at nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com. And this is what they look like. nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com. Sort of almost like mysterious and magical that everything is trashed. And this is not made of like adamantine or something like that. Everything else is trashed and destroyed, but the Eindelen is in perfect shape. So a bit of maybe like a message to Reptile and his family that they're on the right path. And he has sent some more. This man can do some work, and I think his wife assists him, and he can really do some amazing things. Regrettably, for pendants, I don't have a flashlight here at the moment, but this is a pendant, and there's a it's like it's the Vedya, the cosmos in there, and the pearl I prefer to sort of view as Prometheus, as I wrote him, the creator of our people. So that is absolutely epic. And I tell you what, he wrapped these things, or his wife, somebody wrapped these things up to protect them so tight. They were wound as tight as my nerves on some days. And then look at this one, same thing. I wish I had a flashlight at the moment. This is just absolutely stupendous, beautiful, really wonderful. And yes, they arrived without any damage whatsoever. I think they could have gone through re-entry and been fine. And then some paperweights. Look at these beautiful designs. Our people are really talented. And then this one, this is to scare away the arachnophobes. Another paperweight. Just set that out on the desk, and when the arachnophobes come up, I need something, maybe like a faucet with water coming out of it to scare off anti-whites, because we all know that they're blutophobes. They hate taking baths, and so that's the great Reptile, brother. And I salute you and your family. Still praying for you and sending you positive energy. Thank you so much for being heroic members of this community. Okay, what time are we at? 7:40. Let me take a quick look at what you all are saying and take a very brief break, and then we will come back with some comments and your calls tonight. Okay, nothing new on entropy. Let me go over here. Online storage over on Odyssey says teachers don't want to be accountable for what goes on in their classrooms. Yeah, that's right. And that will have to change. That will absolutely have to change. No more teaching in secret. I mean, that's essentially what they're doing. They're teaching in secret. White Calling is with us, and Richard is with us. Yeah, Southern Bloom says, very pretty. Yeah, they're just 0022 is here. Yeah, they're really eyesome. Eyesome. It's a word you don't hear very often. They're eyesome. They are prepossessing. Brand Danger is still with us. Good to see you, brother. We have Caleb. I got to pop out for a minute. If you're not on when I get back, I'll catch you the replay. Thank you, brother. Great to see you. Jerome says, I'm asking because I've gotten 2,000 views by putting an NWG clip of mine on a suggested video on my big hit JBP clip. I'd like to use one of your videos next, but may need to clone. Yes, Please go ahead, brother. So earlier, I guess he asked, or is he asking No White Guilt Clips this question? I'm sure Clips is absolutely going to say, yes, please. Take my creation and reach a 50,000, reach 100,000 with it. All right. I think that's it there. So I'm just going to go ahead and jump into these comments, then the brief break, and then because it is just under 14 minutes until the top of the hour, so we're going to have plenty time to chat and plenty of time to go over these comments. We have here, No Name writes this: the usual crowd of low IQ Nazbol neats were shilling for, and then he names a group, after the Philadelphia nonsense, and Jason was proven right. And then he names another group, gang, once again, associated with mass arrests, doxing, and failure. They glow from outer space. So I chose to just exclude the two other groups that he was mentioning. But I mean, the point is clear that we're making it into the lives of ordinary white folk all around the world because they can identify with us, whereas they can't identify with antags. Mr. Fookers is here, and he says, great show. Your commentary on the PF situation was refreshing and only solidifies the notion that attempting to project power you don't have is delusional and only serves to harm us. When the police arrested all these young men, none of them put up a fight because they knew that they were no more powerful than we would be if we had been in any such situation, despite their masks, shields, and outfits, which made them feel so powerful. Rousseau should be ashamed, and I'm hoping he will swallow his pride, take ownership, and apologize for the trouble he has caused for his own members. He could turn around into a good thing by endorsing a better form of white advocacy, like the Go Free method. That will truly be a test of whether or not he is trustworthy and decent, according to Mr. Fookers. Thank you for being a voice of reason, Jason. And thank you, brother, for the wonderful testimonial to the work that we're doing and the transformative work that we're doing. And also, thank you very much to No Name for your comment. We have Baldur here, the great Baldur. He says, Jason, I'll have to write a long testimony for you about how I converted an anti-white white woman over from being anti-white in just 30 minutes by using the lexicon. It works wonders. In the end, she said I was brave for doing what I'm doing. She also repeated all the terms I use. Well, let's get a raucous round of emojis and some 07s for Baldur, bringing one of our sisters out of the anti-white narrative so that she too can begin to go free and access more and more of her latent abilities, physical, mental, and spiritual, all things drowned out and strangled by the MPs with which she is infected. Well done. And thank you so much for that grand testimonial. I shared that testimonial on a number of platforms, and predictably, there were a couple places where people popped in. It's so disgusting. It just really demonstrates how low the character is of some of the people in the white sympathetic sphere that showed up and said, no, she was probably already agreeing with you. And no, you didn't really do anything. I mean, you can have years and years and years of success demonstrated, not just argued. I could defeat anybody in a debate about these things, no problem. But demonstrated, proof of concept. And you have people, antags, so and also egocentric people, so desirous of going some other way, and more power to them. They're going to have to find a different way than they're going now, because we know the way that they're going now has not succeeded. Been around for a long time, hasn't worked, right? More power to them. But what a display of a wretched character, just a squalid, pedestrian moronic thing to show up and say, oh no, it must have been something else. It must have been, well, in every case that the going free method is working, must be something else in every case. Okay. The great lovely Porridge, Jubilation Media, says here, imagine trying to convince a race of people that because they have created many modern conveniences, they must accept harm being inflicted on their people. That because we increased life expectancy, made food plentiful, and invented advanced technology, we have no right to oppose the people who want to destroy those things. It's really the most pathological form of anti-whiteism. And we was talking about Murray and Peterson there, two absolute vile abstractionist curs. He goes on, though, now about Trump, or no, I'm sorry, about T-Jump was his name, T-Jump. So we're meant to believe this guy spends hundreds of hours on podcasts and debates because he is so passionate about his philosophy of, quote, everyone needs to just chill. That's funny. LOL. His philosophy is everyone needs to just chill. LOL. Who cares? We can get 20 flavors of soda now. Things are better than ever. Close quote. I reviewed him and Hake having a discussion and destroyed T-Jump's anti-whiteism, which he tried to call classical liberalism. You could call it gaslighting, nihilism, radical centrism, or tactical libertarianism. But it's all just a tactic to diffuse conservatives' concerns for our civilization and people. Leftists accept him because they know he'd never direct the same argument at them. But why do conservatives platform him? You would never win that argument because he'll just redefine words, obfuscate, and smugly dismiss concerns. It's like trying to pin a fart to the wall. Well said, brother. I clicked on a random part of the original debate, and he was arguing that broken families are a good thing, and in fact, families don't exist because a father doesn't have to live with his children to raise them. He can send funds from another residence, and that is still a family. I looked that up after I read this, and indeed, later in the conversation with Hake, there are callers that are coming in and asking him questions, and anti-white junk himself, he says that a family is anything. It doesn't have to be a mother and a father and children in the same house. And he said a family can be in numerous houses, and then what he effectively did, and it fits perfectly with his worship of the God economy. That was his main concern. How can we please the God economy? He said, as long as they're sending money to the residents, that is a family. As long as somebody somewhere else is sending money to the residents, that's a family. It doesn't have to be with a mother and father and children. There's no specific form to family. Just has to have money being sent in. You know what else it says? It says that his father didn't want him. He was raised, I don't know this for certain, it's my opinion, he was raised by his mother, I'm guessing, or maybe an aunt, maybe his mother didn't want him either. But his father, probably forced by the courts, sent money to where he lived. And so now he has consoled himself with this idiotic notion that he's my dad and he loves me as long as he keeps sending money. No, T-Junk, that's not the case. The man, could you imagine? Boy, I could really go on for a while about that. Just this idea that sending money to a location makes a family. The main issue here, Lovely Porridge goes on, the main issue here is no leftists are willing to have an honest debate with conservatives. So conservatives are ecstatic when some greasy, pedo-looking grub will talk to them. But just by platforming him, they have already lost. He essentially serves as a time-wasting troll to keep conservatives busy chasing their tails. Rolling in the mud with this guy just makes Hake look bad. Thank you so much for your thoughts, the great lovely Porridge. And we have Nathan Lentini here, another champ, writing here. Fantastic stuff, brother. Please keep Jason Goes Political going at all costs. I am loving your perspective. Run for office to win. No matter how local it may be, it would be a colossal, all caps, victory and morale booster for Western kind. Sunshine blaring through the clouds at that point. I can see it all. Very exciting. Make this happen. Andrew Jackson II, the return of a true king, hero and statesman. Senator Kuna. That's magnificent, brother. Thank you so much. Big salute to you. That's wonderful. Thank you. And we have here a wonderful sister. I'll be sharing this actually on my platforms. Ardent White, you all know her well. If you remember, she made some videos about how infected she had been with anti-whiteism, with meme pathogens, that she hated her skin, that she hated her son's skin. She wanted them to go out and herself to get tans to try to conceal the skin. I mean, it was a very number of videos that were extremely sad. We shared them here, but she is going free, and she's wonderfully healthy now. She writes, "Because of your work, I'll be able to raise my children with a moral defense against the victimization of their people. They will never have to suffer the level of anti-white sickness and self-hatred that I did, being raised as an anti-racist in the anti-white narrative. I thank God, all caps, for your love for our people, and I cover my head when I pray for your protection. The value of your content is underrated and heavily censored. This is free training on how to properly wield your sword, spelled smaller case S and then WORD caps. I love that. That's fantastic. Properly wield your sword for anyone with eyes to see and ears to hear." Yes, indeed, sister. And that's glorious. Let's get a round of 07s for Ardent White and some raucous emojis for that sister as well. That's wonderful. I'm so glad. Think about, this is the thing that gets me. And a happy Father's Day to your husband. The thing that gets me is when we hear about these things. I see, and probably many of you as well, that's why you're here, the little boys. I see the children, and I see what they would have been learning. In fact, there's an article, I still might cover it on a roll-in going free about Juneteenth as well. And it's this anti-white dirtbag, and it doesn't, ultimately, as we say here, the race of the anti-white doesn't matter. So it's an anti-white dirtbag who is talking about how white people are uncomfortable, and so they want to stop being taught about critical race theory, and yet he's talking about Juneteenth. So he's admitting, this anti-white is admitting that they want to guilt. They want to shame your white babies. They want them to see our people and therefore themselves as quintessentially evil and therefore desirous of white flighting from what they can never white flight from. And that is their actual biospirit, their actual identity. And they do everything they can. Self-hatred like that is the cruelest thing. It is the wickedest child abuse the world has ever known. So when I see folks like Ardent White saying, my children are going to be defended against, they're going to be inoculated against this hate, this self-hate, this white hatred, this anti-whiteism. And therefore the white noir that afflicts you after you've been, talk about being in the doldrums and miserable and melancholic to the extreme every day of your life to various degrees if you're a white person. Going free gets in there and it teaches these children what to expect from the anti-whites, what their schools are going to tell them, what their teachers are going to tell them. And when it does so as an inoculation, when it happens, the children are strengthened in their views, not weakened. So don't listen to Jared Taylor, as much respect as I have for Jared Taylor and the work he's done. his position that you just let the kids go out there and you let them find out and determine what the world is going to be for themselves and how they're going to see the world for themselves, that is suicidal. I think it's child abuse, because someone is going to teach your babies how to think about themselves. And if it's not you, it's going to be the anti-whites. And if it is you and you're not inoculating them with the method of going free, if you're not inoculating them with the method of going free, then you might as well just turn them over to the anti-whites anyhow. I've seen it far too many times in the white sympathetic sphere. Christians, Catholics, Mormons, pagans, atheists, these like Rambo type kind of a guys. I could go on. Proud Southerners. And they say, nope, just going to teach the kids to be proud of being white. And I said, our people were proud of their European heritage. They were proud of their pagan background, if they had one that they knew of. They're proud of their Christian or Catholic backgrounds, proud of their Mormon background, proud of whatever it might be. They were proud of those things, and there were far more of us to feed off of when anti-whiteism defeated them. What sense in God's name does it make to go back to a method that was defeated already, and was already defeated when the context was far better for us and in our favor? So you want to say, well, you're really jealous of Jason. I really did not expect this. I really did not expect this in the white sympathetic sphere. This just like baseless jealousy. You're really jealous that this works, and you're not going to, you're going to stand in the way. You don't want to tell folks about it. You are depriving white children of what they need to prevail and be heroes in their lives and in our world. Because you see, I'm more than old enough, believe it or not, to have seen these kids grow up. I'm more than old enough. And even the ones, if all of you should be able to look at the leaders and content creators and organizational leaders and see what happened with their kids. More than half of their kids. They have 2 kids. One becomes radically anti-white. The other one is kind of anti-white. And that's the average. Sometimes all their children become anti-white. Because they're going out into the world. Doesn't matter how much they are proud to be a Southerner. Doesn't matter how much they're proud of whatever. They're going out into a world that's teaching them that pride is immoral. They don't understand why the opposition are victimizers, what they're up to, how they work. They're not empowered. They're not going to just automatically click into, oh, I understand. I have concepts suddenly appearing in my head from the ether of what these people are doing and what they're saying and why they're saying it, and I suddenly know the perfect constructions to overcome these attacks, these concepts. It doesn't happen. It doesn't just appear out of the ether. It doesn't just appear out of nothing. Give them what they need. Give them what they need, or a casual observer from the moon would be able to say, if you know it exists and you're not giving them what they need, it's child abuse. And it's just a reality. You can go ahead and make your argument that going back to the ways that were already defeated in a better environment that favored us will somehow work now. But I see little boys now who are going to grow up into powerful men of the West. That's what I see. And you know what's going to happen? Parents or children of parents who are around right now and who are not teaching their children the method of going free, they're not engaged in the practice of going free. Those kids, the ones who don't become radically anti-white, but who end up nonetheless growing up, and they end up being that really weird, reclusive weirdo because they've bought into the, and we all know it. I mean, stop lying to yourselves. They've bought in, they believe, well, we're a great people. We're noble. I learned all about all these noble ways, and I learned about our traditions, and I learned about our different religions, and I learned about us. But everybody hates me, and I'm evil on the inside because I've been told that 10,000 times over. And they end up with these really reclusive, uncommunicative weirdos. Those kids, when they become adults, they're going to look at Ardent White's kids or other ones out there that are being inoculated against going free and who grow up as champions and winners, productive in their environments, able to overcome new scenarios in their environments. They're going to look at them and they're going to curse who? Their parents, who knew about going free and decided, nope, not for you. Really jealous of that Jason guy. Not for you. That's who they're going to curse. I don't want any more of these scenarios. And you hear it talked about all the time in the white sympathetic sphere that, well, you get to a meeting, you get to a conference, you get to fellowship with these people. And the vast majority of them are like crankish, and they can't communicate with others. They're not normal. They're reclusive, uncommunicative. They became that way because they are so injured by anti-whiteism. And it doesn't matter how much pride they were taught. Pride about your people's accomplishments isn't enough in the face of the psychological warfare. We have another comment, and I'll take a look at what you all are saying. We'll take a break, and we're going to take phone calls from the great Porridge. He talks about Peterson's main philosophy is, quote, set your house in perfect order before you criticize the world. From his book, 12 Rules. No one's house is in perfect order, so you can ignore that part. You're then left with, quote, you shouldn't criticize the world. And who is that message intended for? His target audience of young white men who feel that the world has left them behind. So the translation is, quote, young white men should not criticize or try to change the world, close quote. Can you imagine our victimizers saying, quote, do not spread anti-whiteism until your house is in perfect order, close quote. I wish they did. Peterson has also boasted that he has delivered many white men away from racial identitarianism. Let me stop right there because I want to say Porridge has perfectly boiled down Peterson's argument. Young white men should not criticize or try to change the world. Back to what Porridge wrote. As with most conservatives, he claims that the left are wrong to attack us as a group, but it would be infinitely more wrong for us to defend ourselves. His desired outcome is not to end the harm, but to prevent us from defending ourselves from that harm. Of course, much of his advice will be beneficial, but make no mistake, he is in place to prevent us from ever going free. I feel sorry for the fatherless sons who see him as a father figure. Those of us who have good fathers can clearly see he ain't that. Beautifully and perfectly written. Good brother. Porridge, make sure you follow Lovely Porridge, Jubilation Media. You can also find it at Ruination Media. Type that into YouTube. Let me get a drink, and we will continue. Franklin writes, and to think Go Free and NWG don't even have a Wikipedia page. Yeah. Patrick of Southtown is here. So is First Last. Great to see you both. Western Essence. That's a great name. Lockwood, hello and welcome. Lapis writes here, they are stealing the unicorn now, question mark. They subvert and invert everything. And that's in reference to the article that I read about homosexuality in the Ukrainian military and them being openly homosexual couple in that military, and how the commanders there are making sure that everybody there call them with the pronouns that they want to be called by, and making sure that nobody tells any jokes or anything about them. So they are focused on their job. Promethean Epoch writes here, JP is an anti-white predator, talking about Jordan Peterson. who preys on our weakest and most troubled of men and sells them a reformatted version of white erasure. He is worse than the blue hair Antifa people. The only thing worse than JP are his robotic, brain-dead followers. And we had a number of them who came after yours truly when I criticized that bumbling, drug-abusing, anti-white bastard. Thank you for that, Promethean Epoch. We have, I guess this is pronounced Polymeros. Polymeros, is that Greek? Polmeros. Polymeros. Not his finest moment. He can be very, very good, also talking about Peterson, when in an argument with feminists. And he is very good on sex and gender. But, all caps, when it comes to race and the situation of whites, he is very, very bad. Individualism and color blindness are not virtues, but vices. And he promotes those vices while the only race that has produced the values he wants to defend is under 24/7 attack from all sides. Like so many on the decent right, he functions as an enemy for refusal to face the most important reality of our time. Very well written, and thank you for that. Now we have, these were comments that were made in that poll that was taken where Going Free did surprisingly well. I mean, it was practically split 50-50. The question was, should you be, is the best way, I guess, I don't even know what the goal was, recapture our destiny, or the best thing for white people, maybe, I don't know, be the Ant-Nat way or the Going Free way. And the Ant-Nat way has been around and pushed all over the world, and big money put behind it, all kinds of media attention. It's in the movies, it's everything, forever, for all the time we've been alive, parents, grandparents, etc. Going Free has been around for 2 decades. I was the only one teaching it and moving it and speaking at meetings with it and being ignored by it. And then it was up, what was it, like 5, 6, 7 years ago. These great champions started coming in and started pushing too. And somehow we did almost a 50-50, almost straight down the middle, a vote there. And so that was wonderful. But the comments were some of the most wonderful things of all. And we had No White Girl Eclipse wrote, I lost my family. Get this, folks. This testimonial. I lost my family, friends, and a job promoting the ideas espoused by TRS. Now I bring teachers, bosses, and women to our cause with the ideas from Go Free. Go free before you ruin your life. He also points out, as some others did in this thread under this on Twitter, this poll, that instead of advocating for an Ant-Nat way, those who were Ant-Nats just attacked me with spurious attacks. Fernol jumped in there as well. He wrote, I voted for NWG because he provides the most effective methods of argumentation against anti-whiteism. I've had way more success advocating for Western kind using NWG's methods than I ever did with the NS-TRS style approach. Love for the West wrote, the practice of Go Free has proven to work for myself and many others. It's also impossible for reasonable people to disagree with. It provides us with a moral framework. It helps us understand our conscious mind, subconscious mind, and how to cure ourselves of meme pathogens, as well as how to give others those same meme curatives to get help. Others rather totally go free, or at least to cure some of their meme pathogens. Thank you so much, the both of you. Al wrote, big fan of NWG. I've seen straight miracles in that community, literally saving white lives. God bless you. That's Alma Lahar, folks. Wonderful. Thank you so much, brother. Biospirit of the West, great champion. Nonpareil. He writes, nothing works better with our people than a moral framework where we are the heroes in our own story. No White Guilt draws our best and finest and is the AP class of white well-being. That's right. We are the advanced placement, brother. Olav writes here, if you want to talk to normal people, NWG style for sure. Based Guitarist says NWG Go Free is better to bring normal folks in. Not that the other doesn't have its place, but I would put my money on the Go Free method over other approaches. Thank you so much to both of you. Stephanie Love writes here, the well-being of Western kind is beneficial for everybody. Recapturing our destiny and the well-being of our people is most important. Yes, it is. Westman writes here, NWG, let's see, I prefer NWG. Let's be the hero in our story, not the villain in their story. Well written. Promethean Promulgation writes here, religion was defeated a long time ago with a much healthier and wider population. It won't save us now. So true, my friend. And thank you. And Promethean Promulgation was really in these threads, kicking a lot of ass. A bunch of these folks were Promethean Promulgation, really shining. So well done. And it's true. It's absolutely true. I say it myself often. Religion, again, it's another means by which folks are turning. They're turning now. And it was already defeated by anti-whiteism. So you don't give up your religion, but you can't rely on it to be the vehicle that defeats anti-whiteism and recaptures our destiny, because it itself was defeated in a far healthier time. Final Blossom, you know him well. He's awesome. He speaks here to someone who was saying, I can't remember exactly. I think the person said I was, I don't know, something ugly, and then that we do nothing. And Final Blossom said, you speak in ignorance. No White Guilt gave rise to the White Wellbeing Outreach Team, School of the West, Go Free Clubs, and several white positive artists, musicians, authors, and activists. Thank you for that, Final Blossom. And yeah, folks, if you can iterate all of the different things that are happening in a conversation, all the different things that we're doing, do it. Do it. Let people know how big of a difference that we are making. Final Blossom continued. The NWG community is forming Go Free clubs throughout Western civilization. NWG wants Western kind to acknowledge that they are being victimized on the basis of race and encourages a white positive mentality, not a victim mentality. That's another one of the lies about the work, the great work that we're doing here, is that, it's just all a victim. No White Guilt just wants us to play the victim. Well, shut up. Shut up. Prove it. Thank you very much, everybody there. Final Blossom, really wonderful stuff. We're going to take a very brief break. We're going to come back. If you want to call, let me know over on Skype, and we'll be right back.
Would you like to network with white positive people in your area to rid your community of anti-whiteism, to help ensure the well-being of Western kind? If so, please consider joining or creating a Go Free club. Go Free or Going Free clubs are dedicated to teaching the practice of going free of the anti-white meme pathogens preventing Western kind from protecting themselves from anti-whiteism. By forming clubs, white positive members of a community can help each other to overcome the anti-white propaganda they have been infected with by utilizing the teachings of Jason Kuna's book, Go Free. Go Free clubs have been forming throughout Western civilization since October 2021. If you are interested in joining a club, simply reach out to the founder by email, and they will begin the vetting process to ensure you are white positive and willing to positively contribute to the club. You do not need to provide any identifying information to begin the vetting process, but you will need to meet with a club representative in person before joining an in-person meeting. In addition to joining an existing club, please consider forming your own if you live in an area currently lacking a club. Current clubs may be dedicated to entire countries or states, but as membership grows, clubs can begin to form at the city and town level. Mr. V, the founder of the first Go Free Club, is serving as the leader of the other Go Free Club founders. He will walk you through the process of forming your own club. Please reach out to him at gofreeclub@protonmail.com. Please help us to ensure the well-being of Western kind and Western civilization. Thank you.
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era.
All right. Patrick of Southtown will be first if he's around. If not, then Roy will be first. Get ready. Taking a look at entropy. And looks like we have a few more financial gifts. God bless you. Stephanie Love with a $3 financial gift. Thank you so very much. Writes, Happy Father's Day. A bunch of exclamation points, a white heart emoji, and a smile face. I think that is. Thank you so much, Stephanie. She comes back with another $3 financial gift. Thank you again. And she writes, just because the parent doesn't think for them doesn't mean the kids think for themselves. Only those who go free are able to think for themselves. Amen to that, sister. Very well written indeed. If the parent is not telling their child about the world, the anti-whites sure will. So thank you so much for that, Stephanie. And she comes back a third time with another $3 financial gift. Thank you again. And she writes, maybe religion in itself isn't a tool to rid anti-whiteism, but genuine Christians and those truly white positive see Go Free and Christianity do go hand in hand. Well, indeed, you're absolutely correct. The method of going free can work in any scenario for a white positive person. So even atheists, no problem. They could work with it. Christians and Catholics and Mormons, of course, absolutely. So these religions are wonderful, and there are entire support structures for folks in these religions. That's a really wonderful thing. And to stay engaged is going to continue, especially if you are able to influence what happens in those environments. All the better. To make a church white positive, wouldn't that be a miracle? It's just the issue here is that these things cannot be used for vehicles, ideologies to overcome anti-whiteism. They have already lost. And so we just recognize that. You can't, what else can you not? You can't use Christianity for, I don't know, skateboarding, right? There are a lot of things that you can't use things for. But I mean, this appeal now to Christianity, hold on one sec, having a tech issue again. This appeal to Christianity that you see some content creators indulging in at the moment is ultimately going to fail because it has already failed. Thank you so much, though. And I'll take a quick look over here, and it does. We do have some gifts. We have $1 from White Wellbeing Advocate. Thank you so much, brother. And he also writes, Happy Father's Day. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. He comes back again, and has a little white heart emoji there. He comes back again with another $1 financial gift. Thank you, brother. And this time he writes, the other day, someone at work asked what I think about Jordan Peterson. I told him Jordan Peterson is anti-white. We had a conversation, and long story short, I gave him your business card, and he seemed somewhat excited to look into it and to get a copy of Go Free. Well done. Thank you. Big salute to you, brother. 07 to you. And very well done. You see how easy it is, folks. You can change lives this way. He didn't show, White Wellbeing Advocate didn't show any fear, did he? In saying that Peterson was anti-white. He just went right for the jugular. He comes back again with another $1 financial gift. Thank you so much, brother. And he says, I'll give you more details of that story sometime, but I'll say this. He was at the beginning stages of going down the wrong path. Well. Thank you so much for that. He might mean there that he was getting ready to become an antag, and that's what we don't need. A bunch more people out in the streets doing something ugly. A bunch more people online saying and appearing as ugly as they possibly can, as demonic as they possibly can. Let me go over here and we'll see about calls as I simultaneously work on the tech issue. Is Patrick of Southtown around? If he is around, let me know in the live chat, brother. Oh, you are here, yes? Or do you want to talk today? Let me know. You can jump on over to Skype and send me a message if you're free to talk. And in the meantime, I know that Roy does. So we will place a call to Roy right now.
Hello.
Hello, brother. How are you?
I'm doing awesome. But happy Father's Day and happy Midsummer.
Yes.
I mean, what people often forget, this is traditionally midsummer for our people. It's the middle of the year.
Yes.
Sun is highest in the air. It's a beautiful season. It's so disgusting that the Enderwalds try to take that away from us. And even that, like, Independence Day, as I told some people in the chat before, it's been quite erased in large parts of the country because they call it this ugly name like 4th of July. Like it's just like a date where you go out and get drunk and not like what it truly meant.
Yeah, precisely. It is. It's terrible. Absolutely being white erased. Said.
But there is actually an MP that I wanted to talk to you about like a couple of weeks ago, but then I was camping, had no cell phone reception. Have you heard the term empty space?
No, I don't think so.
It's something that my mom told me and some friends from Germany. It's like the government and the media is pushing this concept of empty spaces or consolidating empty spaces. What it means is essentially if you Westmen live in a house or an apartment that is slightly bigger than what the enterprise approve of, that's an empty space that you quote unquote occupy, and you automate it available for so-called refugees.
Oh my God.
Except this time they come from Ukraine.
Oh, for now they come from Ukraine.
Yeah, for the moment.
Yes.
And Mom told me that some of the neighbors have actually taken some of these.
Oh my gosh. This sounds like the back door.
It's horrible. I mean, I heard this one story where there is like this neighbor, but he's retired and he is kind of rich. He has a house in Spain, so he spends most of his time there. And he basically let 2 Ukrainian families use his house, and they're making party every day and every night, and are super loud.
Oh,
luckily, it's like other end of the town, so it's not bothering my mom too much. But she heard from neighbors that it's quite loud. But nobody dares saying anything, even though those apparently are white. I'm not sure whether they all are. Probably they are not. And that's really what they are pushing upon us, to make us guilty for basically having spent all our life saving. And my mom's house is not very big.
Right.
And then trying to make people feel like ashamed for just having like a couple nice years after retirement. So disgusting what these Enderwites are doing.
It really is, man. And it's so insidious. It's obviously an anti-white concept. But first of all, that you don't know if you're going to get a Ukrainian, if that's going to be a genetic Ukrainian, or if it's going to be like we read that story about all of these other non-white races in Ukraine demanding that they be helicoptered out of Ukraine first, because if not, then the people in Ukraine were these anti-white concepts of racist, etc., evil, therefore. So you don't even know. But once they get that sort of a thing started, once people accept that the places that they have worked hard for and made strategic economic decisions for it, finally to own and have that space for themselves, that their spaces are therefore superfluous. They're empty. There's empty rooms there, and so therefore they have to accept others. The moment that that's accepted, because under the pretense of it being one group or one people that are much more closely related, this will be flipped around, and it's going to be, well, you accepted these Ukrainians then, and you just accepted the concept when you believed it was going to be Ukrainians, even though we didn't move anybody into your house. Now we have some people from these other parts of the world to move into your house, which, by the way, are rabidly anti-white. And what are the odds that they would force you to house somebody who wanted to just praise white people all day long and thank white people all day long for all of our achievements and contributions to humanity and the world? No, you're going to be statistic, or I guess just say law of averages here, saddled with somebody who absolutely hates Western kind, because that's all that is taught around planet Earth. And then they'll be in your house with you? Come on. That's awful. I'm really sorry to hear that.
Yeah, wonderfully said. And I was like, my mom, she doesn't heat the upper floor in winter, just like a little bit, just to keep it from freezing and to keep damage. But she doesn't need to make it really hot in there, because she doesn't use the rooms. But then anti-white neighbors come and say, hey, you have empty space up there. Why don't you give it like to those people? And from what she's seen from the neighbors, these people seem to have quite a lot of money, because they have like fancy televisions that can throw parties every day. Like that costs money that normal people probably couldn't even afford.
Yeah, true.
And you're absolutely right. It's just a stepping stone to like make us accept these. But I think it also like brings up another important point, and I actually want to talk about this in my What is Anti-White video that I started to work on, that anti-whiteism doesn't require the presence of non-white people. Because even though those Ukrainians might actually be white people, they are still anti-white.
Right.
And that's what matters. It doesn't need to be like another race of people.
Precisely. Perfectly said. Thank you for bringing that up. We haven't said that for quite a while. It does not require the presence of any non-white people whatsoever. We could be an entirely white country and countries and have anti-whiteism inflicted on us.
Yeah, exactly. But well, enough said about this ugly MP. I also have some good news. I had this fantastic camping trip, and I was like quite energetic about it. And I have my creative phase. I don't have much time because I'm going on another IRL on Friday to really celebrate Midsummer on Saturday. And then I'll do a little bit of camping on what I still call Independence Day. And then finally go home. But I'm planning on doing like another video, and I really wanted to talk about anti-whiteism in video games and actually start to write like a little bit of a script. And now I'm drawing analogies between how society changed over like the last decade and a half and what MPs have been pushed upon us in society, and compare it to how games have changed over time.
Yeah.
Like this concept that you become interchangeable. Everybody is the same. Your choice doesn't matter. You don't pick your father's profession to continue the family trade. Everybody is ought to go to university. Everybody ought to be like a firefighter, whether they're qualified or not, and all that garbage. And I really compare that to how game design and game mechanics have changed, and also how interactions between players have changed, and how it has really changed to the worst. It's a great idea. I really want to get this done before I leave to my Midsummer and Independence Day trip.
It is a great idea. So this is a video you have already started or no?
I started writing a script.
Okay.
And I did the first part that I put up on my YouTube. This is basically explaining this fallacy called free to play. And I explain that pretty much is no thing as free to play because games cost money and that money must come from somehow.
Right.
And usually these game companies use microtransactions, which then is actually a pay to play. And people can spend a ton of money on those seemingly free games. And I made a video on that. And I want to continue that, possibly do like a 3-part series and also do my what is anti-white thing. I have some dashcam footage. I have some photographs. And I'm also going out on doing some more hikes, hopefully. So it's really a great time. And I just wanted to call in today because I will be traveling again the next 2 weeks and be hopefully out. But I'm looking forward to spend Independence Day at a campground looking at the stars sitting next to a campfire.
Oh, that is beautiful. Thank you so much. I mean, you're getting into this really productive phase. And man, I wish you the absolute best. All of that sounds so very exciting. And they would serve our people wonderfully, these projects, as you wrap them up and make them available. You'll have to let us know so that we can share when you get done. But thank you so much for all that you do in service to white well-being. And of course, a happy Midsummer and Father's Day to you. And we'll be thinking about you on Independence Day, looking up at the stars at your campsite. Anything else you want to share, brother, before I let you go?
Yeah, I think I will actually be in the once great state of Virginia on Independence Day.
Wow.
Next to the Blue Ridge Parkway. So it's a wonderful area. I've been there.
Well,
I was glad that I got a cabin there.
Wonderful. That's fantastic. Well, maybe
I wish you a wonderful evening. And
thank you, good sir. Thank you very much. A Promethean hails to you.
Promethean hails and goodbye.
Goodbye. That, folks, is the one and only Roy Danton. And we're going to call Patrick of Southtown is next. Before we get to him, we're going to take a quick look at over here on Entropy. We have the great Mrs. Jess Horse has returned again. $5 financial gift this time. Thank you so much, sweet lady. She writes, we must teach our children our core values. It's a mean pathogen to think we don't want to push ideas on them. Truth is children are bombarded with ideas all the time. Make sure they are our values. Amen to that. Very well spoken. I remember being back a much younger man and being at a conference, which might have been actually one of the very early American Renaissance conferences. I can't recall at the moment, but people were talking about how we should handle our children and what should we say to our children? Should we teach our children what's going on? And isn't it going to scare them if you tell them how anti-white things are? Really, I'm serious. And I was a very young man, nowhere close to being responsibly a father. So very young man. And I thought, you all are crazy. You have got to tell your children the truth of the world. You have got to tell them what's going on. You're gonna come up with these excuses that they might get scared if you tell them about the anti-whites. Well, what are you going to tell them about the anti-whites? You're going to tell them the anti-whites are coming to eat them tomorrow? I mean, just be honest. There is another group of people who somehow they have been able to tell their children that the world is out to get them. And yet, their children aren't too scared to function. In fact, they're able to do very well in the world. And there were other, it must have been it was either an American Renaissance or it was a conference where Jared Taylor was present. And because I remember Jared Taylor stepping up and saying that I think you should let the children go out into the world and let them discover who they are on their own. You give them like a general angle or general direction, and then they have to go figure out the world, or they'll just rebel. We've talked about this before. We had somebody write in. It was a wonderful conversation about are you trying to control or what I think I might have used the example of like what flavor of ice cream your children are going to eat, and rather than just if angling them toward like ice cream is good, or even though I don't think ice cream is good, but nonetheless, and you don't try to control all the way down to that sort of level, because then you will get pushback. They have to individuate, but you don't want them to individuate on whether or not they're going to be anti-white, for the love of God. The funny thing was, as I was sitting there looking at all these white people, all these white adults, and as I said, I was a very young man, and they were all wringing their hands over what to do with, and then children, and then, but what if this, and then, but you know what, you really don't want to tell them because then, and anyhow, this was very early, must have been Amrin, very early in Amrin days, because there was a Jewish guy there, and he had been a speaker, and I guess he was sitting up at the front. Somebody asked, who had got up to the microphone to ask a question, well, what does he think? And he walked up to the microphone and said exactly what I was thinking. You tell your children the truth about the world, because if you don't, somebody else is going to tell them lies. And the white people there, they looked like, and some of them looked like they were gut shot by the news, but that is how you do it. No more hemming and hawing over what to do with the children. Patrick of Southtown, here comes your call.
Promethean Hails, Jason. How's it going?
Promethean Hails, my brother. How are you and what's on your mind?
I'm doing really good. How about yourself?
Doing great, man. Doing great.
Awesomeness. Quite a bit, actually. A lot of things. I attended more of those events, and hilariously, one of them was about homelessness. And according to them, the cure for homelessness is to make more houses. There has to be more houses than, all the grains of sand on the beach, and then we can cure it.
Okay.
Like they just think that the cure for this problem is to keep making more housing. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense.
Right.
That makes absolutely no sense.
And who's paying for the creation of the homes, and then who goes and repairs the homes and pays for that when the people who were given something for nothing and get to live in them? I mean, you look at Section 8 housing, you look all over the world where things are just given away to folks, how it's treated. Yeah, makes no sense whatsoever.
Oh, yeah, no, definitely not. And I had attended two events, actually, that they intersected in the same day. The other one was about Bitcoin. Well, more specifically, cryptocurrency. And it intersected with this one. They were talking about money, and they were saying it would be such a great thing if cryptocurrencies were federalized, which it defeats the purpose of what people seek cryptocurrency out for.
Yeah, precisely.
They're looking for it.
Right.
But they were saying federalizing it will make it so amazing. They can just do whatever they want, and that this would help fix that problem. There would be an easier way to give people availability to housing. But they said they took it a step further and said that they could even implement a system where different types of people, I'm pretty sure they were implying different races of people, would be a part of different tier groups. And these different tier groups, like let's say there's 3 tier groups, kind of like, we'll just use class, like based on class, when they really meant race. These different tier groups could be looking at the same house, but it would cost a different price for that person based on the tier group that they were in.
Oh,
and I found that to be baffling.
Wow. Yeah, and then having different costs like that would mean that the cost of construction, repair, etc., would have to be subsidized for those who get to not have to pay. Yeah, that's wow. And what kind of group was this?
This was an event hosted at a university. It's a one where anybody can come on campus and you can get tickets for it. And yeah, they just had it. They were talking about these various things, like how to fix homelessness, how to fix this, but their solutions were horrifying.
Yeah, everything that you were sharing that they said is the kind of thing that immediately would impinge on Western kind. We would be the only ones who would have to finance the shortfall of all of these other groups, which we already do. I mean, you look at all of these businesses now that have worked into their business costs, the welfare and everything else that their new employees are using from other parts of the world, as opposed to having to do. And what does that do? When you have a business, by the way, in an industry where they work into their business costs, the welfare and other public services that are financed by the public and therefore the lion's share by the white working class, the competitors to that specific business have to soon follow suit. That means they have to start getting rid of their white employees or non-white employees that are citizens. They have to soon, or also not on public assistance, etc. They have to soon follow suit, or they will be put out of business. So that's the kind of domino effect. This is something that you look at, like the actions of Democrat politicians, and they leap both feet into something like this. And it's, on one hand, you could say, well, some of them are just so they don't know, they're dumb. But on the other hand, you know that there are anti-whites plenty smart enough. They know exactly what's going to end up happening by controlling the context in which business is conducted or love is pursued or whatever it might be. That is the 200 level of control, is controlling that matrix, controlling that container, that context, that incentivizes and rewards certain things, de-incentivizes and punishes other things. You end up, especially in an environment where there are a lot of white people acting just as radical individualists, you end up with predictable behavior out of intelligent animals, whether we have spirits or not, and I believe we do. Intelligent animals going in a direction that benefits he who set up the container, the matrix, the context. And that's, I mean, you're seeing right there the harm that would eventually come to us. Different tiers of home, I guess, prices for home ownership. Despicable. What else is on your mind, brother?
Oh, indubitably. It's just they know what they're doing. I mean, definitely they're not as stupid as people think. Like they want you to think they're stupid so that they can continue doing the junk that they do. You know, they play. It's all a game. They try to come off as stupid, like with rigor mortis. You know, like having him up on stage. You know,
oh, yeah.
Basically, it's just a way of distracting people. Bread and circus. Yeah, they know what they're doing. But on another note, we've been having a lot of fun with our GFC events. We karaoke nights, comedy nights. We've been having a real fun time. For karaoke night, lots of people stopped by for the last one, and it was just so fun. Everybody sang. I don't think there was a person that hasn't sang for the last couple ones. There hasn't been a person that hasn't sang, and it was awesome. If you want to see Eclipse sing or Mr. V sing, everybody, it was fun.
That is really cool. I definitely want to show up and watch all you guys singing. That's wonderful. That sounds like a heck of a lot of fun.
Oh, heck yeah. It was really fun. Yeah, and you're definitely invited. You're invited. Our next karaoke night is this Saturday, and it's at 3 p.m. Pacific time, and I believe 6 p.m. Eastern time. Yeah, that's accurate. Yeah, 6 p.m. Eastern time.
All right, I just wrote it down. See if I can try to make that. That sounds like fun.
Awesome. and comedy night was awesome too. My gosh, we watched. Well, actually, I'll leave that to Mr. V to go over.
All right.
But it was really fun. I enjoyed it. We had a blast. It's always fun, especially with interlinked GFC events. It's always fun. But yeah, if people want to make change in the world, we have to get together. We have to be able to meet up in person one day. Very, 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 very hard to make communities if people aren't, getting together, making communities like in person. In-person events are something that we all want to do eventually with GFCs. There's all kinds of potential. There's all kinds of potential, whether it be comedy or music. If you're a musician, you have so much to contribute to the community. You can host in-person events. You can showcase your work, your artwork. You can whatever it is that you're good at. You have it works in a group dynamic. Like I heard somebody, I'm trying to remember who it was recently, that said that their skills wouldn't necessarily work. Something about being comedic in particular, but that's not true. Being a comic is definitely something that requires it doesn't require a live audience, but you can do that. It's limitless.
Yeah, I completely agree. Bring your talents, bring your time, bring your energy, folks, and you'll find that we bring all of this together, and we're greater than the sum of our parts.
Oh, definitely. No, exactly. Something interesting. Oh, that was what I was trying to remember. When you were talking about aliens, I wanted to say, you said, wouldn't it be interesting if there was, oh my gosh, at the tip of my tongue, silicon-based life forms. Well, I would like to let you know that there is exactly that on this planet currently. Okay. There is a silicon-based life form called a glass sponge. It lives in the oceans, and it's very interesting. It's basically pure silicon-based.
My gosh, I've never heard of a glass sponge. I'll have to look into that.
Oh, it's quite fascinating. I was shocked to find that, to learn about that. It was very, it's very interesting. And not only that, but there is a being that is made out of pure electricity. It is a single-celled organism. I believe it's called a Geobacter metallism, I believe. Something like that. It's Geobacter something. It's a being that's made out of pure electricity that eats electricity, and it excretes electricity.
Good grief.
Yeah.
I've never heard of that either. I'll have to look that one up as well. Wow.
Oh, yeah. The reason I bring it up is because the sky is the limit. Personally, I believe that anything is possible. And when you look in the right places, you'll see that, anything can happen. There's no limit to what the only limit is your imagination. Basically, I feel like we can do all kinds of things. And even life itself doesn't limit itself, apparently.
That's inspirational. So we can do anything then, no doubt. Well, brother, any final thoughts you have before we let you go and move on to Mr. V?
Nope. I got everything down on my list that I wanted to say. Well, thank you so much for having me, Jason.
Thank you so much for coming on. We'll have you anytime, brother. You just let me know.
Awesomeness. Thank you.
All right,
and
Prometheus. Yes. Bye-bye. That is awesome. We're going to be calling Mr. V in a moment. Before we get to Mr. V, though, we're going to take a look over here at Cash App, and we have Art Acrobats financially gifting $2.07. Thank you so much, brother. And he writes, for fathers who have passed on, love never dies. Beautifully written. Thank you for that, my dear friend. For fathers who have passed on, love never dies. That's true indeed. And we will take a look back over here. Looks like we're good everywhere. We will call Mr. V. We got about 8.5 minutes. And then we will wrap it up, folks, for another magnificent Going Free.
Hey,
There he is. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing well, sir.
That's fantastic. What's on your mind tonight? And did you have something to add to what Patrick of Southtown was saying?
Well, I'll say Patrick's helping a lot. Patrick's very present, helping a lot with the collaboration that we're trying to do between GFCs and hosting events. He did his book club today. More people are showing up. He's become better as a book club host and a GFC leader. And as you've heard, Patrick, I mean, the man is just wild. I mean, he knows about so much fun stuff. An extremely interesting guy to talk to, and he puts so much work behind the scenes. So big thanks to Patrick. I'll add that.
Well, I second that, and I salute Patrick for all that work, and thank you for mentioning it, brother.
And I'll add as well. We saw the "What Is a Woman" documentary, and the reason for making it a comedy night is because we had to laugh at it because it's so much of a horror show.
Oh my gosh, I bet.
Yeah, and our buddy, the one who impersonates Kermit the Frog, he showed up
in the movie
near the end.
Oh,
yes,
wow.
In the documentary near the end. Yeah, they put him in there.
Oh God, Kermit the Frog, right there at the end of the movie. Well, anything interesting there that you'd like to share?
Well, the origins of that whole branch of anti-whiteism are extremely evil and degenerate and connected to pedophilia. That is discussed in the documentary. It's something many of us already knew, but the documentary really hammers that in. It's horrifying what they want to do to our children. There was also a case of this Canadian man, I believe he was a Westman, that had his son taken away, got into a dispute with his ex-wife, and she wanted to, put this child on hormones, puberty blockers, and that is currently happening, unfortunately.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So we used it for comedy night so we could, do our best to help keep each other, sane and keep it light. So we did make some, jokes about the loonies, about the anti-white lunatics that are doing this, but it is very serious. What is happening? Very, very serious. We got to recapture our destiny before things get any worse.
That's a great point, and that it's motivating you exactly as it should. When you see great evil being done, great victimizing of our people, then you should get the fire to get far more active, whatever it is, double down, triple down on what you're doing in service to white well-being, doing what we know is effective. Uh-oh, did we lose you? Oh, there you are. Hold on. Mr. V, did we lose you? I do not hear Mr. V. Oh, okay. Let's do... You there, brother? Oh, he's having a tech issue, he says, and we will... Says the call is still working, but I will hang up on this call and I'll start another, since we are no longer hearing Mr. V. We'll see if we can get him back.
Hey, brother.
There
my
he is.
apologies for that.
No worries.
Yeah, I misclicked. I'm having issues with my mouse because it's wireless. So
Oh, gotcha.
I was trying to shift things around so that it was a lot better. So I didn't catch what you said. My apologies.
No, nothing. You're absolutely right. We need to be motivated. We should take things like this that really anger us. We see victimization of our people, and that should motivate us to double down, triple down on what we know is working and effective, and get out there and do it. The thing that folks should not do, and that we've seen happen all too often, is something really angers them, and you saw us. People left this handful of people left this community when this anti-white drove his car through the parade. They decided that rather than be effective, it would be better to go and use a lot of racial epithets and join themselves to communities that have violent speech, and because that, I don't know, they're going to feel better if they're around folks who are speaking violently rather than around folks who are accomplishing things. So, yeah, it should motivate us to engage in more of what works, and I'm glad to hear that it does you. But please continue.
Yeah, absolutely. We have to be professional. We have to take this seriously. When people talk, and you mentioned that poll, when people talk, well, this other thing, this, white sympathetic groups, they have their place. No, they don't. No, they don't, because they're jokers. They're not professionals. These are not white sympathetic people who are trying to be professionals. If they were trying to be professionals and weren't just a bunch of jokers, then they would have arrived at a lot of the similar conclusions that we've arrived at. There are white sympathetic groups that do not want to be professionals. The well-being of our people is not their interest. They just want to get paid by a bunch of their groupies and live a casual life using all kinds of racial slurs and making our people who care about white well-being look terrible. I'm not sure there's space for that. There's space for white sympathetic people who want to be professionals, but not some of the clowns that were referenced in that poll.
Yes, yeah, so true. I agree.
But that being said, brother, I will let me tell you a quick little story before we get to the GFCs, and it is connected to the work that we do here and GFCs in a way. So, RC the Realist, the fellow who made the Death to Anti-Whiteism album.
Oh yeah.
I spoke with him, and Patrick, and I had a call, and he shared with us how he discovered your work. So he was on Facebook, and he kept seeing someone there constantly posting links to clips of yours.
Okay.
And he thought, well, I don't know who this guy is, but I agree with him. And then eventually, he added this other person, and later received a message from them saying, "You're welcome to go free with us," and then his name. Only later did he find out that this person was No White Guilt Clips.
Wow. No White Guilt Clips made that connection happen, and now this guy is a wonderful performer, creative guy, made an entire album. That is glorious. Big round of 07s and Raucous emojis for No White Guilt Clips.
Never underestimate the good that your work does. Never underestimate it. You don't know who you reach. Next time you're thinking, I'll send that message later. No, log in there, send the message, do the thing. You never know. And to me, it just made me laugh so much, because the idea of No White Guilt Clips sending messages to people like a real life Morpheus, "You're welcome to go free with us." It's just it sounds so good.
So true. Boy, that's cool.
It's so true. Yeah, it really is. He is the real Morpheus. Patrick and I were joking about that. Eclipse is the real Morpheus. He has leveled up. It's fantastic. It's such a great line. I just love it. "You're welcome to go free with us." It sounds exactly like something out of the Matrix.
Yes, it does. It absolutely does. I suddenly had like a visual of him like sitting back in the chair with his fingertips together, and contemplating and delivering these lines. That's brilliant. You're welcome really to go free with us.
Yeah, we got to get Clips a pair of glasses. We got, when we take over the Matrix franchise, this will happen.
Hell yeah, I love it.
But that was really great, and RC's a great guy, very interesting guy.
Cool.
And let me do the because I've mentioned the emails. Everyone, if you want to contact the GFC, the emails are in the video description. So in the video description for Mr. Kuna's videos, the list is there. So what I'll address is the process, kind of remind people again of how simple it is. So let's say I wanted to join a GFC. I'll say Franklin's GFC. So that is the Virginia GFC, virginiagfc at protonmail.com. I go down into the video description. I highlight virginiagfc at protonmail.com. I right-click, copy. I go to my email. I type that in, and then I send him a message letting him know, hey, this is how I found out about your GFC. Here's where I am. I'm curious about joining your GFC. Could you tell me more? He'll tell you more. He'll tell you a bit about the vetting process and everything of the kind. Let's say you're going to go through with it and you're going to be vetted. Well, he would send you a couple of intro questions. You would answer those intro questions through text. And then depending on how he does it, he might continue vetting you through text, or he would do vetting call. And the vetting calls are voice calls. So you never turn on your camera. Nobody sees you. You will not be asked about your real name. No private information, nothing, nada, zero. What those vetting calls will be used to determine is if you are a person of good moral character, if you are going free, where you are on that spectrum of go free practice. Are you a neophyte? Are you like an elite? Are you reaching Noah Eclipse level of breaking the matrix? Right? That's what it's to find out, right? And to find out if you are compatible with the GFC, if what the GFC specialization and what the GFC is up to is something that you want to participate in, right? If not, maybe there's another GFC that you would be more compatible with, and then the GFC leader can send you to that person. But it's very simple. A couple of intro questions. You schedule a vetting call. It's always scheduled for whichever time is most suitable for the person. You go through it. You speak with them. It's not through phone, so you're not going to get any phone calls or anything like that. There's an app called Jitsi, and you create a link. It's encrypted. You send the link to the person. They click that link. They join the voice call, again, just on voice, and then you have a chat with the person, and the vetting call lasts for a minimum 1 hour. You can talk for longer with the person if you'd like. I've had vetting calls when I was talking with the person for like 4 hours.
Jeez, wow.
It's yeah. There was one case of a lady in my GFC where I asked her a few questions, but most of the time I didn't have to. It just was a very casual conversation, just flowed very smoothly. And she's a fantastic lady. Fantastic.
Awesome.
So, yeah, we're getting more people slowly but surely, but I need you guys to fill every single GFC leader's email inbox with your questions and your desire to apply. Because if we don't have members, we can't do all the great plans that we have and that Mr. Kuna has, right?
That's right.
Anything that you want to ask about what we're doing, brother, or GFCs, or anything you want to say to the folks out there?
Yeah, I think that folks should know that this is a really friendly, welcoming, normal environment. You're not going to be surrounded by a bunch of weird talk about other periods in history and what really happened there. Or you're not going to be exposed to any of these sorts of things that you've learned to be fearful of, because you could end up losing your job and get ostracized from your family or any sort of that sort of thing. So these are, if you could please just reiterate that this is an ordinary environment, and folks are having fun doing things we like to do, and we're in the midst of it. We're using the lexicon of going free, and that people don't have to be perfect at it to get started. Everybody's going to be understanding, and that it's just a matter of everybody sort of learning together.
Absolutely. Internet nonsense doesn't get brought up. Mustache man nonsense doesn't get brought up. I don't like that crap. I'm tired of it. I'm also tired of beating my head against the wall trying to reach white sympathetic people, only to then have them message me later and refer to themselves with anti-white slurs given to them by our victimizers.
Yeah.
So none of that nonsense. And you're right, brother. Every single person we've vetted, at least I've vetted or have been in a vetting call with Patrick, vetting other people, very good people, normal people, they all report great benefit by going free. The guys, it's always, reporting losing weight, gaining strength. And I said today in Patrick's book club, I wouldn't be surprised if something else changes in their physical performance.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if their girlfriend or their wife notices a change either.
Yes.
But yeah, all the people are normal. They're all great. We talk about interesting things. We help people out. They learn. You heard what Patrick was talking about. I've learned a lot from Patrick. We learn a lot from each other, and we're building culture. Yeah. Join in. These are great people. These are normal people, but they're extraordinary people, extremely high quality. I've spoken to a lot of people in the white sympathetic sphere. We have the best.
We do have the absolute best, without question. Very well. And right there at the very top of the best is Mr. V, ladies and gentlemen. This guy is an epic hero. Big salute to Mr. V. Thank you so much for everything you're doing. It wouldn't be happening without you, man.
Brother, right back at you. It would not be happening without you. You've just been the light of a million suns to our people. Absolutely incredible. We're going to have the statues will never stop. The monuments will never stop. We'll keep it going. Thank you so much for everything you do, brother. Thank you for all our GFC leaders. Tremendous guys. Join their GFC. And thanks to every single person who had the courage to join. It's very simple. Very, very simple. Not a complicated process at all. And it's super friendly. You'll see every single one of these GFC leaders, incredibly friendly person, very sharp too, very good-hearted. So thank you so much for everything you do, brother. Thanks to all of them. Thanks to all brothers and sisters, and Promethean Hails.
Promethean Hails. That was Mr. V, and that's going to be the last call tonight. What an absolute champ. Let me, I'll take a quick look at things. Looks like over on, and then we're going to be wrapping up here, the Going Free for tonight. It was magnificent. Over there on D Live, it looks like, Patriot said, this channel, Patriot, it's just too blurry for me to see. The yellow of the name is something like burn. I think is it B? I don't know if it's a U or R in there. Something Patriot, something cast says, this channel stays up because they, meaning us, have a massive world filter. I think he means word filter. No, we have a different focus than you do. We're focused on our people, and we use our own concepts for the world rather than the concepts that our victimizer gives us. So we're not concealing or covering up something. We're not antique nationalists or some other form of antag, and we're using different words for to conceal what we really think. No, our focus really is on love, hope, and redemption for our people, on protecting our people, rather than on what everybody else is doing and hating on everybody else out there. So it's completely different. And we would love for you to check us out, stick around. What could it hurt? Look into Going Free for a few weeks. And if you decide it's not for you, you want to go back to what you were doing before, then it won't be any sweat off your nose. So hope you will consider it. Otherwise, that was some marvelous calls that we had here. A happy big midsummer to you all, and happy Father's Day to you all. Become a part of a GFC. People are accomplishing many things. Friendships are being made. There's no requirement that you participate all the time or some of the time, or you'll make friends. You'll learn much more quickly how to go free, how to identify the mean pathogens in your head. You will identify them much more quickly just by the operation of discussing mean pathogens and how other people discovered theirs, and everything happens more quickly. And then once you begin to learn some, when you begin to teach others, then you grow even faster. you have no idea how much latent ability that you have within you, physically, mentally, and spiritually, that you're not accessing because you're riddled with infections. You're riddled with this anti-white disease. So I want to see you grow. I want to see you, if you can, go down to the description, find the GFC that might suit you, reach out to those people. If you can, if you're already in a GFC or not, you're thinking about it, I want you to head on over. The link is below for the community chat, the White Wellbeing community chat on Telegram. I want you to make an account. If you don't have one, become a part of that. Now, if you go over there and you start trying to tell us what's really going on in the world, who's really behind it, and what needs to be done, you'll be asked to not do that. You can talk about everything else. You can watch what other people say. You can learn about going free, and then you can begin to adopt and pick those things up and communicate with everybody in a way that is productive and helpful for you and our people. And therefore will end up in protecting our children, the most vulnerable members, many of whom are in the womb right now and are waiting to be birthed into a world that despises them for the quintessential thing that they are, a Westman, a little boy or little girl of Western kind. So it is a moral, upstanding, and upright thing to do. I want you also, if you feel like it is within your abilities, to head down into the description below this video, find the link for the outreach team, reach out to them and say you want to help. And you don't have to help a lot. You can help a little, you can help medium. There are different things you can do. Reach out to them, find out what you can do. Become a champion, become a hero for our people. We're looking forward to you. We need you to step up now. As things continue to get worse, we have to continue to get better. And on that note, I love you all. Let's go free.